Alrighty, y'all. Hey, y'all, how we doing? A Texan girl is never late. Everyone else is simply early. I didn't forget. I did not. And welcome in. I'm back. Yeehaw. Can I get a yeehaw and a ha yee? Can I get a yeehaw and a ha yee? We got a new MAGA in the house. That's right. I went on down to God's country and I finally realized that we need to make America great again. I get it. I understand. Being in a room, being at the ACM, the actual award show, in a room with probably 5,000 white people wearing cowboy hats. I get it now. I understand. I see the vision. Will I have a stream room like Will's? So, okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. I had his, oh my God, my hair is so greasy. I look like a grease bomb. I had his, the designers who did his stream room, I just had them peek in, take a look at my room, tell me what they think, if it's possible to do a joint podcast and stream room space. So they're going to cook something up for me. I'm not sure yet because it's expensive to do your stream room. Will's looks awesome. Looks very, very good. It costs a pretty penny, but it looks amazing. So I am at least going to get some ideas. Where's the Farley painting? It's yeah. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here's the stream room. It's the Kirby from Japan. On a chaise lounge looking so awkward. It's giving therapist chair. It is. It's giving therapist chair. It looks so awkward like that. The stream room is looking good, y'all. Is that why I was not gushing about it in Discord because I didn't get to meet Nicole Kidman? Yeah, I didn't get to meet Nicole Kidman, and it was funny because I kept talking about her throughout the show, obviously, and at one point I saw the production team doing, like, they were doing hand things. And they looked distressed. So because we couldn't hear anything over headset either, there was something that was wrong with the sound, tried to fix it a couple times, could not hear them. So what you saw on the red carpet, was just on the spot because the earpiece was not working. And so somebody would just walk up and be like, hi Rita Wilson. Hi. And let me shout out the Twitch team. Like, they were, the Twitch and Amazon, people who were part of the ACM team. They were awesome. They tried their best. We were just having issues with sound. But yeah, it was random like that, where suddenly I see Rita Wilson coming over. I'm like, oh my God, that's Chet's mom. So I didn't get to see Nicole. She was at the show. I saw her on the big screen. I was like, I mean, do I just risk it for the biscuit? Do I run up there, say hi, and then get kicked out of the show? Things that I was considering. Canadians are sorry. Thank you for the 11 months. What happened was, hello, I saw your mirror selfie. Any tips on how to lock in when you're taking photos? Yeah, I don't breathe. I basically go like, snap, 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 snap. And I just take a bunch. And then I go, also like a little angle. No, so the way that the carpet was set up, it was like this U shape. Okay? So it was like boom. And on the opposite side of where we were, was the main stretch. So like that's where entertainment news was. That's where like the big news outlets were, and that's where Getty Images was. So the major stars of the evening, you know, the Leanne Rimes, Casey Musgraves, Lainey Riley, Reba, she came in for a little bit. Nicole, like they would stop there, pick snapped, maybe do a quick little interview, and then got out of there. So that's why like they didn't even get over to I see we've just added a new blocked term. I understand the reason for that. I do feel like there may be cases where it's acceptable. Only because it's something that sometimes I say. Usually in the context of like some hog. It's automatic. Oh, okay, never mind. So essentially we didn't even get a chance to like try and even talk to some of the biggest peeps who were there because they didn't even make it to the round because we were right there after the U-shape. I did see the Backstreet Boys. Unfortunately, they had to go. So they did an interview. They had to leave. They would have talked to us otherwise, but they had to get to the actual venue. So when they were walking by, I went, "You are my fire." They said, bye, bye, bye. Backstreet was not back. But I did see their backs. I saw the Backstreet's backs. Yeah. So yesterday it was just like a series of, you know, okay, I'm not the biggest country music listener. I like old country, you know. Dolly Parton, Bonnie Raitt, John Prine, you know, folk artists, modern country, you know, top 40 type country. I'm not so up to speed on that. But I didn't expect to have so many moments of nostalgia yesterday because like talking to Gretchen Wilson, who I did listen to when I was in junior high, was not making that up. I had Redneck Woman on repeat. I don't know why as a 12-year-old, I just loved belting out Redneck Woman. 'Cause I'm a redneck woman. I ain't no high class broad. I didn't even know what those words meant. You know, I didn't even know what it meant. I'm just a product of my raising. I said, hey y'all and yeehaw. Yeah, being in, when I was in junior high, I was in Chicago suburbs. So I wasn't even in Iowa. And I was saying, hey y'all and yeehaw. And I keep my Christmas lights on my front porch all year long. And I know all the words to every Charlie Daniels song. So here's to all my sisters out here keeping it country. Let me get a big hell yeah from the redneck girls like me. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Two-based, hell yeah. Did you meet Chris Stapleton? I did not. Like I said, most of the major nominees and then the other, you know, stars there that evening, Keith Urban, Nicole Kidman, they didn't get past the first line of the carpet. So remember, it was a U shape. They were on that first line. That's where the big music publications, entertainment publications were, plus Getty Images. So didn't meet Chris Stapleton. You know what I will say though? I actually love his voice. So I went to the show for a little bit afterwards and he performed there. And he's got a really nice voice. Hopefully he's not a piece of shit. I don't know anything about him. He was one of the people that I did know before I got asked to host the red carpet. M. Marshy, thank you for the 6 months. Zup, thank you for the 13 months. Cup of Pasta, thank you for the 12 months. He's very good. He's very good. You know who was there last night too? Sexiest man alive, Blake Shelton. I sent a picture to Sam. I sent her a photo of him on the screen when he was performing, and I said, that's my sexiest man of the year. Right there. Hell yeah, yeehaw. Did you get to meet Rascal Flatts? I didn't. I did not. Like I said, there were a number of people who, it's not even like they turned down talking to Twitch. It's not like they went, yeah, no, fuck these people. They didn't even make it to the other side. A lot of them who were performing, who had like special roles in the show, they just came briefly, took photos, quick little interview, and then got out of there. So it was like honestly surprising that we even got to talk to Shabuzi, who the aura is out of this orbit. Having Shabuzi as our last interview was pretty cool. So Shabuzi, Rita Wilson, Sarah Evans, Gretchen Wilson. You know, we talked to some legends. We did. I didn't see Gwen there. I did not. Maybe she's busy with her prayer app duties. Maybe she couldn't make it because of that, you know. How was it working with the other hosts? It was great. I will say so my job, because of where I was positioned, I was to be the greeter. I was to like see who is standing there and go, hey, y'all. Hey, come on over. Say hi, break the ice, and then, you know, do the microphone whenever they were speaking. But there were a couple points that I was like, I was trying to be extra cognizant of not wanting to hog the conversation. There's just a natural tendency when you're standing right next to the person. But there's two other hosts there, and they're great, and especially McDoodle. McDoodle, who was at the end of the line, wanted to make sure that she wasn't cut out of the conversation because she's great. They were both fantastic. It was a really, really fun team. Couldn't have been happier to work with that team. Albert is not a streamer, but he's done a lot he's like a professional host. You could tell like he's done this for years. He's interviewed a lot of celebrities. He's awesome. He's really, really good at what he does. He was really good at like when I would do the introduction, break the ice, you know, and then he would come in with a really thoughtful question. You know, he had great lines. He had the puns. He was quick with the jokes. Yeah, great segues. So that was just one thing where I'm like, oh gosh, I hope I'm not hogging this, because this was a real team effort. And anyway, but yeah, that's so now my red carpet experience is hosting solo, like in fact being the only media person on the carpet, not having any structure to it. So like me having to just create it myself. That was the first show I did with the podcast awards. And then this one, which was much more like, had a whole team, had 3 hosts. It was a red carpet. It was a red carpet. And so that, just the experience of those two, comparing them, just how different they were. We're slowly making our way up. You all know what the dream is. We're building that resume. You know, the one thing that I was sad about though, and maybe you guys can tell me if it wasn't, okay, so So the one time our sound dropped was when we were talking to Mickey Guyton. This is her. She was awesome. Okay. So fun, great energy. And she's one of the rare country singers who like incorporates like her beliefs that aren't just believing in freedom and the flag, incorporating politics into her music. And so like the second she showed up, she started talking about how the state of, started talking about the state of the world and how she's got a lot to say. And there's a lot of horrible things going on, and how she's seeking to use her voice via music. She talks a lot about her experiences as a Black woman in country music, which we know how that goes. And we started joking about the woke Pope, because I was like, are you going to write a song about the new Pope? She was like, oh my God, the Pope. I said, it's woke Pope. That's what I'm hearing. And anyway, apparently that was when the stream, effed. Yeah, that was like the one moment, which was such a bummer. I wish that I had been able to connect with her afterwards. I ended up going to, like I said, I went to a little bit of the show, and then I was so tired. I hadn't eaten all day. She said hi, the stream died, came back, and she said bye. You guys, that was one of my favorite conversations too. Such a bummer. I would love, like I said, I would love to connect with her another time and like just have an actual conversation with her on stream. But we were invited to the after party. Unfortunately, I could not go. I could not. I was exhausted. I did not go. No. So is Amazon like helping out streamers on its platform by doing stuff like this? Yes. So Amazon Music is getting more involved with Twitch. So they have a studio in Culver City. That was where Jonas did his concert back in February, did it at the Amazon Music Studios. And so they are, and then the Beyonce concert that I went to when I went to Cowboy Carter, that was Amazon Music's suite at SoFi. So they're trying to, so you know how for like 2 years I've been talking about how Twitch needs to have a media presence on red carpets at these various big entertainment events and have me there. So this is something I've talked to Twitch about repeatedly for like as long as I've been streaming, and it's starting to happen now. And Amazon Music was the team that put together Amazon Music, and then of course along with Twitch, put together the team for the ACM. So it was the first year that we did it. I hope I was on my best behavior. I hope I was on my best behavior. I hope that it went well, because this is kind of going to be like a proof of concept in order to not only return to a show like the ACMs, but to start having a presence on other red carpets, which would be really cool. Chat was very well behaved too. You guys were. I was proud of you. Saver One, thank you for the 7 months. If you start a country group, you should call it Red Carpet. Hey y'all, we're the Red Carpet Cowgirls. Boom, boom. When you quoted Casey Musgraves, oh my God, I had that in the tank, ready to go. I was like, if I see Casey Musgraves, I am going to walk up to her and say, Casey, I need you to answer the question that we all are dying to know the answer to. Can you die of horniness? Like, she would have loved that. You're welcome. Yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. And then I totally used that in my conversation with Sarah Evans. Can you host the AVN Awards red carpet? You know what? Fuck it. I'll do anything. I'll do all the red carpets. No, I can't do that on Twitch. Maybe solo. You'd kill it unironically. You know what? I feel like I would too. No, I don't think that that's a red carpet that Twitch will be on, but perhaps me solo could do it. My favorite moment was you trying to explain based. I am mortified. I cannot believe I was trying to explain based to Chet's mother, and then I realized I don't even know what that means. And then I asked y'all, and all I kept seeing in chat was people being like, actually, I don't know. I was searching. That was a moment where I was like, I need this answer. Oh my God. I don't know. I actually don't know.
That's
So
epic.
if you use base,
Wait, what does based mean? Is it good?
it's good. Yeah,
Oh,
it's good to be based. Yeah, you want to be based.
Is that
Okay.
like a turkey basting?
Yeah, like what is
it like
it?
that?
Oh, no.
Or is
And
it
this is when I went.
baseball
I think you can
based?
explain it.
Yeah, what is based
Yeah.
mean? We need
Y'all,
It's all
where
about that
does
bass?
bass come from? I just think it
They
is
call us based, but then we're like, yeah, based. It's like,
based. You can't even explain it.
Okay. So,
No,
I mean,
like,
I'm gonna
okay, I know what it means. It's good. It means like you're saying something and people are down with it, right? They're like, yes, good take. Hell yeah. But as far as where, I don't know the origin.
they're all pumping off.
Can I get it in a sentence, please?
Okay. Is it a form of basic but past tense?
No.
No.
or is it like it's foundational, like it's the base, it's the strength?
It's based.
How did this end up being like the whole conversation with Rita Wilson?
We're good.
It's
It's
Okay.
just a good thing,
It's a
and
good thing.
young people will be like,
Does it have to do with your makeup base?
Oh.
Could be that.
I love that
Well,
she
like-
kept
Asking
offering
questions
up
that I have no
explanations.
answers to.
Or is it like
I
baseball?
know.
Like you're making
Okay,
rounds
okay,
around the
I'm
bases?
getting
it's
like
baseball.
I think it's baseball.
base,
Baseball.
like grounded in reality. No, but
On Lil B, calls alter ego the based god. He calls his alter ego the based god, describes his work as based, a term he coined which denotes a lifestyle of positivity and boldness. Yes, like I said, I understand the meaning behind it, but as far as like when she asked where does it come from, like I didn't know. I honestly, I didn't know. The meaning, I mean, it's one of those words that people they just use all the time. When you have an opinion who may not align with the crowd, but you believe in it. I mean, I think it's really broad at this point. Like based, a word used, this is according to Urban Dictionary, when you agree with something or when you want to recognize someone for being themselves, i.e. courageous and unique or not caring what others think, especially common in online political slang. The opposite of cringe, sometimes the opposite of biased. It was coined by rapper Lil B, and the word, you know what's funny? I bet if Rita used that word around Chet, he'd be like, you know, based? That's based. That's based, mom, for knowing based. And the word took off on the meta-ironic website 4chan with the latter meaning. For that reason, the word is largely used meta-ironically. Can you imagine me trying to explain that to Rita Wilson, where I'm like, yes, often the word based is used meta-ironically, aka without context. You can't tell if it's being used ironically or sincerely, as it's used in both ways. It was popularized in online political slang of conservatives and the political right before being adopted into mainstream online political slang. Likely through shitposting websites or subreddits such as r/political compass memes that are similar to 4chan in their meta-irony and edginess but contain a wider variety of political beliefs. And eventually adopted... Based was like anti-woke. Okay. When used in online political language, it can mean based in fact or the opposite of biased. due to the number of people who saw it being first used seriously by the online political right. Oh my God, are we all MAGA? And came to the conclusion that it was related to the phrase destroyed with facts and logic in reference to right-wing personality Ben Shapiro. We reclaimed it? Like, were we the hogs all along? That's why I was screaming, like, Rita Wilson did not need to know this. I can't believe that my conversation with Rita Wilson was mostly us talking about the word based. And now that I'm watching it back, I do not come across as Gen Z cool. It's giving millennial. It's giving millennial trying to explain to, what generation is Rita? Rita's 68. Is that Gen X? Or is that baby boomer? That's a baby boomer. Yeah. It's giving millennial explaining something to baby boomer and not being able to get it nailed down. I just saw this great bit on that. Summarize a lot
following the linguistic
about where we get modern slang. I gotta be honest with y'all. I'm not a person who's at like the forefront of internet language. I wouldn't say I'm like the last person to learn terms. There's some that I would say in the middle on. Okay, I'm not like the Facebook moms who are sharing 10-year-old memes that they just saw for the first time. Okay, sometimes I am, but you guys, no, I'm not that bad. No, I feel like there's a lot of things that I know that, yes, I am not one of the early adapters to internet lingo, to internet slang, but I feel like I'm not last. I would say I'm in the middle. Auntie Guan.
I strongly believe that most of our culture radiates outwards from the same half-dozen groups, and that you can kind of trace it back by following the linguistic breadcrumbs of how people talk. Like, I run in pretty progressive circles, and you can always tell who's more woke by which words they're using. You'll have the surface level words like Latinx and safe space, but most of the people using those words got them from somewhere else. And then you'll have people using phrases like queering hegemonic masculinity, and these people are probably closer to the ones actually coming up with what we call woke language. I've also spent an unfortunate amount of time studying the language of involuntary celibate groups, and I can tell you that the further you get into the group, the more they'll use exclusive obscure language that's only recognizable to their in-group. So, while most people using phrases like sigma or maxing probably don't even know that they come from far-right men's rights groups, if you keep following the linguistic breadcrumbs, you'll come closer to the true cells that are actually coming up with these memes and then spreading them along social networks. That's because of a sociological—
Wait, what's a true cell? A true cell is an incel who's never experienced any form of physical intimacy. Wait, I don't understand how this is different. Including kissing or holding hands, and believes they have little to no chance of changing that status. Don't worry about it.
phenomenon called homophily, where people who are close to each other in social nodes tend to share similar opinions. Meanwhile, the people at the center of each cluster tend to be the ones with the most extreme ideologies who are trying to push it out to other people. Or it can be the people with the more distinct or socially desirable culture. I've talked before about how a lot of modern slang comes straight from the ballroom scene in the 1980s. When straight young women use words like slay, they probably got those from their gay friends, who will use more specific language like boots the house down. But even these people got their language from this queer black space in New York City in the 1980s, who was the real cultural incubator and exported their ideas to others.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. I still stand by that, like, a lot of terms that are frequently used by people of the internet, both on the right and on the left. I'm not an early understander. I am, usually takes me a while to become aware of certain popular terms. And there's things that I still am learning about. Both good, I would say, terms that are useful to know and ones that are not. Like the whole lol cow thing. I don't really need to know that, but that's something that I have learned in the last year. This sounds like a YouTube apology. Yeah, there are also times that I do feel very millennial when I see like young queer leftists online using words that I'm like, okay, I Google that. I'm like, all right, let me look that up and see what this is all about. You know, because I also, like, as a millennial leftist, I am concerned with wanting to make sure that I'm aware of at least online leftist, like queer leftist terminology that I may not be aware of. Things that I'm not necessarily going to be reading in, you know, and the books and the publications that I read, but that I come across mostly online, you know. Ballerina cappuccino was something I learned that week. I've not even heard of that. I do need a language lesson with Christian or my Zoomer friends. The thing about Zoomer lingo is I feel like it's constantly I feel like once I've learned something, that's already of the past. Like they've moved on to I'm so behind. I feel constantly behind. Okay, let me finish up the conversation on ACMs and then we can get into stuff because I can't what time do I have to leave tonight? I think I need to leave around 9 because I have a friend's birthday party tonight. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Pope. We'll talk about the Pope who's from Chicago and went to college in Philly. So the people of Chicago and the people of Philly are having a real good time. They're being represented. Is this Pope woke? Is this Pope not woke? Is this Pope simply woke in the context of the Catholic Church? Which, yes, I think it's very funny to see people be like, the Pope is homophobic. It's like, we're talking about the Catholic Church. Suddenly people started standing cardinals. Like this has become this has been this big cultural moment because of the movie Conclave, because of accounts like Pope Crave. It's like all people will stand anybody. Stans will stand anyone. Anyone. And yes, there are popes that are better than other popes, but I think it's very important to understand that it is still progressive in the context of the Catholic Church. Okay? We're talking about the Catholic Church. So, good things about the Pope is that he's continuing the hate of JD Vance, which, you know, that's good. That should be a given for anybody who wants to be Pope. What's my degree of separation to him? Honestly, that's a good question. I need to hit up, well, I don't talk to half of my mom's family anymore. I was going to say, I'm sure that they would have the answer to that because my mom's my mom's family was like very connected in the Catholic Church, Irish Catholics. They go deep. My mom's uncle, so my great uncle John, he was a priest. He was a priest for a really long time. That old bastard. I just remember him having a spine like this, like literally a spine like this. And he would just show up and expect my grandmother to, you know, serve him dinner, etc. At most, probably 2 steps away. I think that'd be a safe bet. You know, I would say, I mean, let's just say it, right? I'm connected to Pope Leo. Okay, but imagine the new pope was your mom's situationship when she was 19. What? My family's actual reaction to finding out the next pope is my mom's literal ex-situationship from when she was 19.
It's Bob Primos. It's literally Bob Primos. Yes. It's literally Mom's situationship is the Pope of the Catholic Church.
Oh my God, I feel like I need to text my mom and be like, did you ever have a situationship with Bob? I mean, this is probably fake as fuck, but who knows?
My mom hooked up with the Pope.
My mom hooked up with the Pope. This TikToker always does. I don't even know who this is. Lulu Range? Louisa Melcher.
It's Bob.
Wait, is this the TikToker who will post things? Who will post things that I see go viral? Like, oh, I was one of the dancers for the Super Bowl show and I fell off the stage or shit like that. Is that this person? Yes. Okay. She's always angering different groups online because she just makes shit up. She just fully lies. Being able to confirm this Pope fucks is definitely a modernist take on the papacy. Look, I think we should take the no fucking thing away, right? It's like, I think if we were open with sexuality, if we were free, then maybe things would be better, you know? Maybe we'd have less problems. I think we should push this rumor personally. You know, I'm kind of about it. Okay, do you guys have any more questions about the ACM before? I mean, we can get into more Pope talk. Any questions about the show? Robert Francis. Pope Robert Francis. Okay, let me see what we got here. La Erudita, thank you so much for the 14 months. Welcome back, DV. You did amazing on the red carpet. We're so proud of you. Thanks, guys. Thanks for supporting. I have a question. How does it feel to slay so hard? It's not easy, you know? It's not easy because you slay once, you got to slay again. The slay never ends. It's not a one-time thing. What do you do if your friend is mad at you for being honest about one-sided phone calls? Tell her to take it up with the Pope. Say, you know what? This is a question for the new Pope. One-sided, I mean, you just be like, you got to call me too, or else I'm going to stop. Yeah, can the Pope do a Pope advice column? That would be great. I would love that. Pope advice. Okay, anything else? Final thoughts. Had a great time. I would do it again if they would have me back. And I can't wait to see what we do for the next one. Did you get Texas BBQ? I didn't. I was there for like 30 total hours, and I did not eat all day, the actual day of the show. So I didn't eat until late at night, and we just went to a spot that was open late night. But I also almost missed my flight this morning. I did a rare, woke up with my alarm, was so tired, decided to hit the 5-minute snooze, realized that I didn't hit the 5-minute snooze, and I just turned my alarm off, and then woke up 20 minutes after I was supposed to have left for the airport, and I had not packed up the night before because I was so tired. I was so sleepy. And then somehow I still made it. I only had 30 minutes before my flight. And worked out, though. Kansas City BBQ is better anyways. I've had great barbecue in Nashville. I've had great barbecue in Austin. I've had great barbecue in Kansas City. By the way, Will exposed you as the queen of girl dinners. Wait, what did he say? How did he expose me? What did he say? I mean, it is kind of true, but when Will walked into my stream room today with the people who designed his room, he goes, "Why does it smell like weed in here?" And everybody looked at me, and I went, "'Cause I have weed in here." It's my weed. It is my weed from the 420 stream that's just been sitting in here. It did, walking into the room though, it did just smell like weed. Yeah. And I went, well, that's because there's God's green leaf. God's green leaf in my room. Smelling it up. It's not exposing me. We all knew that. Yeah, no, that is it. I have really weird eating habits. They are not the healthiest. As you notice, I very rarely eat on stream because I don't know how to. And I don't like to be eating and trying to be talking at the same time. I already don't. I'm like weird about eating when I have to have any type of conversation, you know, because my focus is like, okay, I want to talk. And I don't like to do that when I'm putting food into my mouth. So I eat after stream and it's late at night. He said she doesn't eat for a day, then at night eats bags of licorice. I do not eat bags of licorice and later cries because her tummy hurts. All right, I have tummy problems all the time. I constantly have stomach issues. But it's not because I'm eating bags of licorice. It's because hot girls have IBS. Okay, we all know that. It's in the Bible. I thought he said an entire jar of cheese puffs. I have done that before. I did. Well, one time he bought a bunch of hot Cheetos cheese puffs. I don't know why. He bought probably 20 canisters of them, ordered them online, and I would eat them all day, every day. And one day he opened the cabinets like a week and a half after he'd gotten them, and there was one left. And he's like, "No wonder you're always feeling like you have ulcers. That you always have issues."
Something. I became an actor because
What's Caroline eat? She's the biggest girl dinner fucking animal I've ever met in my entire life. Caroline is the queen of girl dinner. Caroline will not eat for 48 hours.
That is not true.
And then she'll eat like an entire box of licorice.
It's not true.
I have never met another human who so perfectly embodies girl dinner. Like if I feed her,
No, it's
she'll
not
eat
girl
regular
dinner.
meals, right? She'll eat healthy food. She loves healthy food. If I don't feed her, she will not eat for a full day and then be like, "Oh my God, I ate a box of Triscuits and I had 3 Diet Cokes." And I'm like,
No, that is not true. That is not true. Okay, I do eat a lot of chips. I'm very big into snacking. I'm a big snacker. I will admit that. I like I said, I've really fucked up eating habits. So a lot of times I don't even want a meal. I just really like chips. I eat chip dinner. That's what I do. three Red Bulls, and a bag of sour cream and onion ruffles. Eating's a pain in the ass. Yeah, it is. As I said, because my sleep schedule is weird, usually don't eat till later, and I don't like eating on stream, so I eat after stream, and then I kind of just rummage through the cupboards in the fridge. Won't think of good name. Thank you for the 16 months. I'm Hen. Thank you for the 5 months. All you're missing is a Zen. I got those. I do have those. Okay.
In our faith, we go to church.
Let's talk about the Pope. Let's talk about the woke Pope.
I mean, it's amazing. I think it comes at a really interesting time because, we have all of this kind of political unrest right now with the Trump presidency in the U.S. And there's these religious.
I have a question. Is this the first time that the crowning of the new Pope, the Pope Watch, has been this consumed, especially by people who are not Catholic? I swear, the movie Conclave and accounts like Pope Crave have made this like an internet sensation. I think it was pretty big for Pope Francis. Maybe it's just because I wasn't really on the internet at the time, but I'm like, I do not remember people being this tuned in and like doing Pope Watch when they're atheists, when they're like not Catholics. The Pope Watch is crazy. I also was reading this interview here with the Pope Crave account. The Pope Crave account, which started 5 months ago. You know what's another crazy thing to think? If Conclave had come out after this, I feel as if mayhaps it would have done better at the Oscars. Because it's not, you cannot deny the cultural impact that film is having on this current moment. Like, when Pope Francis died, the amount, and the conclave began, the amount of conclave memes, even people who haven't even seen the movie, the fact that so many people were trying to watch the film and it wasn't available, and then it dropped at midnight. Now all the Catholics are signing up for Pope Crave updates. It's wild. So we know the person behind the Pope Crave account, FYI. One of the co-founders is a woman named Susan Ben. I think she's Gen Z. She's not even Catholic. She's been to one singular mass service in her life, and quote, "That's a long story." But she's engaged with the church from an academic perspective as someone who works in fine art and has an education in art history. She studied everything from early Christian art to papal sarcophagi to the Renaissance transformation of Old St. Peter's Basilica into the basilica that stands in Vatican City today. And yet, despite her mainly scholarly interest in Catholicism, the world turns its eyes to Pope Crave, which, if you don't know Pope Crave, this is Pope Crave. Pope Crave is at almost 100,000 followers, and they launched 5 months ago. And they're a meme account. They're a meme account, and they also broke the news before like the official Vatican publication. The Pope's brother did an interview and said both he and his bro have seen Conclave, and that the Pope watched it before the actual conclave, quote, so he knows how to behave. I'm telling you, Conclave's influence and impact cannot be underestimated, understated. So, with help from collaborators and church insiders, I love this idea of like church, like, yes, there are church insiders, but it just sounds church inside, like People magazine reporting. Church insiders spoke anonymously. She broke the news that a selection had been made before mainstream media or the Vatican's own news service did. That's crazy. Pope Crave broke the news that a new pope had been chosen before mainstream media and before Vatican's own news service. Pope Crave has the insider scoop. So how exactly did that happen? Well, long story short, Bin wound up on the Vatican beat because she really, really likes the Oscar-winning 2024 film Conclave, starring Ralph Fiennes, which is about the palace intrigue and power struggles that arise when cardinals are convened in Rome to elect a new pope. It all comes back to the film. I mean, you probably liked it a normal amount, she says. I did not like it a normal amount. Though it's not the kind of movie that Bin, who does also work in TV and film, normally gravitates towards, you cannot deny the pageantry of the Catholic Church. To her, the trailer suggested a film that I would watch for the aesthetics, just to break it down by costume design or lighting from a technical perspective. She had read the novel Conclave before heading to the theater, yet the screen adaptation surprised her. I was like one of 3 people in my screening and I was laughing. It was very sincere, but there are moments that are very funny in this film. I agree. And it's silent as hell in this theater. I was like, you guys aren't getting it. Yeah, that's true. If you didn't laugh, it's because you didn't get it. So by December, Club Conclave, aka Pope Conclave, the name's a nod to notorious Timothée Chalamet stan account. It all comes back to Club Chalamet. And the pop culture feed Pop Crave was born. Bin meant it to be a promotional feed for the Conclave fan zine that she was working on, From the Crooked Timber of Humanity, which ultimately included more than 70 pages of art and writing exploring the themes and characters in Conclave, contributed by dozens of creators. Profits from the publication go to the Intersex Human Rights Fund, Freedom Fund, and librarians and archivists with Palestine, with around $75,000 donated to date. Okay, that's super cool. As Bin started posting Conclave memes on the account, mixing references to the religious thriller with Garfield content and characters from The Devil Wears Prada, she realized that she was hardly alone in her obsession. This film obviously generated a fandom that probably surprises the strategy people at Focus, the distributor of Conclave, in that it's youth-leaning, extremely global, and also very queer. I think a perfect example of this is how my parents, who are the type of people, my mom especially, who would normally be drawn to a film like this, unlike someone such as me. I watched this movie because I was hearing good things about it, because Scott Ray Fiennes, because I was like, this is an Oscar contender, but not because I'm like, ooh, the Catholic Church, or ooh, a drama about the papacy. And my mother did not like this film, and I did. I had a fun time watching Conclave, and my mother did not. And that goes for like a number of people in my mom's demographic. And so it's very funny, but it makes sense that the fandom for a film like Conclave was largely youth-leaning, global, and very queer. She also notes that Noelia Caballero, her co-admin on the account, is a queer Catholic in ministry and an international human rights lawyer. They have an international human rights lawyer who is a queer Catholic running the Pope Crave account. It all makes sense. I mean, we're talking about Conclave. Comsterd, thank you for the 23 months. Gith Kunu, thank you for the prime. When you see the film, that makes a lot of sense, as opposed to it just being this prestige drama for Academy voters. There's a lot of people who are part of the zine who are Catholic and have really complicated relationships with queerness and their place in the Catholic Church, and people who are from the global South. After repping Conclave through award season, which saw it claim the Oscar for Best Adapted Screenplay, Bin and Caballero turned their attention to Pope Francis's ailing health, and they discussed plans to fly to Rome to cover the conclave following his death. When he died on April 21st, Easter Monday, they realized such a trip wouldn't be feasible, resolving instead to monitor the live camera feed of the Sistine Chapel. You're telling me a Sistine built this chapel? The Sistine Chapel that releases white smoke when a pope is chosen and black smoke for each inconclusive vote among the cardinals. On Wednesday and Thursday, Bin even woke up at 3 a.m. to follow developments from the Vatican as the conclave began and stretched into a second day. By this time, however, the conclave's even larger social media phenomenon had spawned a Discord server of devoted fans eager to pitch in on the coverage. People reached out, cravers, and they were like, hey, I'm going to be in Vatican City. Can I be a local correspondent? I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. They had a Discord. They got obsessives called cravers who were like, hey, I'm going to happen to be in Vatican City. Wait, Harry Styles was there. Is he a craver? Was he there to be a local correspondent for Pope Crave? Bin immediately designed unofficial press credentials that said Pope Crave, which at least 2 individuals printed out and brought to St. Peter's Square. One of them gave an interview to the BBC. We were boots on the ground. Oh, wait, I think I have that. Let me see.
Pope Crave has made it to a base camp. It's a little difficult to see, but
base camp!
Hi, I'm the lead admin behind the entity known online as Pope Crave. In all ways, but physically, I am in Rome, in the Vatican, in the Sistine. We have some wonderful local Pope Cravers on the ground being Vatican correspondents.
It's Amanda. I am the official Pope Crave boots on the ground Vatican correspondent.
Boots on the ground.
Here, you can see, and we're about T-minus 40 minutes from the smoke coming out at noon.
Sistine. Okay. We're talking about the Sistine Chapel.
The divas, they're sequestered. May the best diva win.
Our lovely Pope Cravers have graciously volunteered their time and their brains to be there until we get a new Pope. And they've been sending us lovely content that I have then been memeing on the Twitter account.
And I need everybody to understand why this is so funny to me is because so many people who are cravers, okay, Susan Bin herself, are not even Catholic. We're not talking about Catholic Church stands. We're talking about conclave stands. We're talking about people who became obsessed because of the movie and we're like, wait, this is cunty. This is theater. This is pageantry. And then when the actual conclave began, where they're like, oh my God, I watched the movie. I know that there's a vape smoking cardinal in there who's causing trouble. The fashion too. Yes, I have seen accounts pouring over the fashion of the Vatican.
So it's a whole collaboration meme factory.
Yeah, this is so weird to watch as a former Catholic schoolgirl. Same as somebody raised Catholic, forced to do all this Catholic shit. Someone who's always had a very negative view on Catholicism because I found it so boring. I was forced into it. I was like, I hate this. As soon as my mom left the Catholic Church because of, the sex abuse cases, I was like, thank God we don't have to go to church anymore. And so I have never felt love for anything to do with Catholicism. And it's like breaking my mind to see all of this because of the movie Conclave.
Line that we got going on, but they're all from the heart. We're here to see the chimney and the smoke watch.
Just wait for it. Oh, you're kidding. Where's she at? There she is.
Not the score from Conclave!
We're waiting.
Hopefully we're delivering it in a way that's full of whimsy and fun. We think Pope Francis would have really liked he really believed in whimsy and fun. So I don't think anything could be more whimsical and fun than Pope Crave memes.
Oh my God, my fiance is screaming right now. She knows Susan Bin because Susan used to vend at anime conventions as an artist. I need to get Susan Bin on the stream. Honestly, okay, I'm putting out the call. Okay, I'm putting out the call. I need to talk to Susan Bin. I need to understand the whole story here. I feel like this is very doable. Okay, so team Quan Industrial Complex clips. Let's get this out here. All right, we're putting out the signal. We're putting out the Bat Quan signal. I need to talk to Susan because I am so fascinated. I am so fascinated by this. She seems to have her hands in so many different areas of culture and entertainment. I mean, perfect for the stream. Susan, can you hear me? Susan, I need you to come on the stream. I need to get everything. I need it all. We were boots on the ground. We were doing it DIY punk, very fandom style. Would you invite Mama Quan on for the interview too? Hell no. My mother does. No, you don't understand. Okay. My mom wouldn't understand this. She did not like Conclave because she didn't understand how she doesn't understand the cuntiness of it. You know what I mean? She doesn't even like when I say that word. She would not be comfortable on the interview because I would use the word conclave at least 10 times. Yes, my mom has a lot of religious trauma, as do I, but hers is much deeper because she was Catholic and very intensively Catholic for a lot longer. Went to Catholic school with nuns who used to beat the shit out of her. That type of thing. My great Uncle John, who was a priest and a real son of a bitch, who used to come over and be like, yeah, the neighbors, he would basically go through all the neighbors on the block and tell her who was going to hell because they weren't Catholic. So much trauma. So she wouldn't get this. You know what I mean? Yeah. It would be very mom disapproved. It would be very mom disapproved the whole time. Susan says that she had figured, statistically speaking, the conclave would wrap by Friday. Better still, she then got an insider leak that it would conclude by Thursday. She's not sharing the names of the sources that she describes as informants. I am dead. This kills me. We're talking about insider Vatican sources that Pope Crave has been working with, who they describe as informants, spies, so to speak. Nor will she share the details of their knowledge about Vatican procedures. That gave her the edge that she needed to beat the competition on Smoke Watch. And she announced the next Pope's election just after 6 p.m. local time in Rome with a meme that read, "Holy smoke, we got a Pope." Followers reveled in Pope Crave's triumph, calling the account the fastest news outlet on earth and expressing their joy at seeing the news break there. I'm very proud, Bin says, regardless of soon afterward misidentifying the new Pope as Cardinal Pietro Parolin instead of Cardinal Robert Prevost, who became the first American pontiff as Leo whatever. The inaccurate announcement was swiftly corrected, and Bin says she has further research to do on Prevost. I'm not the expert on this dude, she says. I haven't even read his Wikipedia article. Caballero, meanwhile, shared a statement on Pope Crave conveying her opinion that the cardinals had picked an American in response to President Trump and a rising global tide of fascism. She also noted that Prevost has in the past spoken against gender ideology and leniency for the LGBTQ community. As a lesbian Catholic, I'm disappointed, but I'm here to remind all LGBTQ plus Catholics you are loved and you belong here. As I said, it is the Catholic Church at the end of the day, right? Pope Francis was progressive for the Catholic Church. Ultimately, though, if you are in the Catholic Church in this regard, like you're a high up cardinal, someone who's being considered to be pope, I'm pretty sure the bottom line is the belief that homosexuality is a sin, but where people differentiate, where the cardinals will differentiate is whether or not you give the blessing for priests to ordain same-sex couples, where it's we welcome all into the church, or you do not, or you are you are extremely conservative in the belief that marriage is between a man and a woman, that only heterosexual marriages can take place in the church, that queer people are not allowed into the Catholic Church. Unfortunately, still not enough for me to return to Catholicism. Too much trauma from growing strictly Catholic. Well, I think what's important to understand is that, like, the cravers, the people who were tuned in, who were glued onto Smoke Watch, I don't think these are people who are like, hell yeah, Catholicism. I don't think that they became Catholic converts. I think they're here for the theatrics. They're here for the pageantry, the cuntification. Plus, Pope Francis started out more against LGBT expression at the beginning of his time as a pope, became more lenient. Hopefully, he'll become more liberal as a pope as time goes on. Hopefully, Are we going to keep eyes on Pope Leo, Ben says? Absolutely, in the sense that everything is political. I hope that he continues Pope Francis's public expression of support for the people of Palestine. I hope that he I hope that he keeps that going. I hope that he condemns the actions of Israel. Because that was one of the things that Pope Francis was really, really good on. He's a spiritual leader, but he exists in a very political context. What's more, Pope Crave is closing in on the 100,000 follower mark. I'm pretty sure a lot of our followers are Catholic at this point, based on the fighting that I'm seeing happening in the comments. Oh, it's Catholic discourse happening. Obviously, she would know better than I. This is her account. But I have seen a lot of people giving their opinions on the Pope who I know are not Catholic. Like, pretty much everyone that I follow online was engaged in the discourse. They're making K-pop style fan cams. I know. I know. As I said, people will stand anything and anyone. I mean, look, I'm not Catholic anymore, and I've been involved. Okay, I was in Texas, but I was still tuning in. I was looking for the updates on Pope Crave. I'm based on the fighting I'm seeing happening in the comments, the Catholic discourse is happening, and Susan is glad that the account, like Conclave itself, is allowing people to really dig into their relationship to the Pope, with religion, with the church. Of course, as Ben demonstrates, you don't have to take communion every Sunday to be part of this club. Questions of faith, of human stories of the divine have a resonance that supersede any particular form of worship, which is also why anybody can find potent meaning in Conclave. All the characters in that film are going through it. And that experience is not specific to Catholicism. God, it would seem, is more universal. Like the men's workwear guy. The men's dress, what's his name? Derek guy. Like, everyone is involved in the discourse. Here he is talking about the fashion. Given today's news, some people may enjoy this old Articles of Interest podcast on priestly vestments. In my opinion, Articles of Interest is the best clothing-related pod ever as it dives deep into subjects while still being engaging. This pod goes into things that priests wear, such as the alb, a long white gown, and stole, the skinny scarf. It never occurred to me how much work and skill goes into making these pieces. I mean, I will say the costumes in Conclave, the cinematography, the costumes, beauteous.
American? Have a great day, detective.
Is he woke?
We still don't know.
The new pope is American and we still don't know if he's woke?
He criticized J.D. Vance in a tweet.
So maybe he's woke.
Or maybe he just doesn't like the guy who killed his boss.
I mean, how woke can a pope really be?
He's from Chicago. Who do we know from Chicago?
Michelle Obama.
Okay.
Robin Williams.
This is not helping.
He's probably a Cubs fan.
Aren't you a Cubs fan?
Oh, yeah. We've got to figure out where he stands on all of our culture war bullshit. Did Rachel Zegler kill the Disney live-action remake?
No, I mean, like, does he accept gay people? God, you're so online.
Also important. When is he going to mention Trump? He's got to mention Trump.
What are people saying?
Conservatives say he's too woke. Liberals say not woke enough. Is this the first Jeb Bush pope?
This is important to me as someone who is Protestant.
I'm also like, yeah, I'm spiritual, you know, like I think every religion has some truth to it. I try not to label myself.
I love the aesthetics of Catholicism though. Like it's all the robes and all the, you know, like it's like Dune.
It's like Dune. Please clap. Please clap. Oh, Jeb Bush, only ever mentioned these days in the context of a meme, of a joke. They might as well call him Old Joke Bush. If he's from Chicago and went to college in Philly, does he prefer a cheesesteak or Italian beef? These are important questions. These are questions that I would raise if Susan comes onto the stream. I'll be like, do you think that the new pope, prefers a cheesesteak or Italian beef? What do we think? KP, thank you for the 19 months. Okay, what was I looking at? I was looking at, yes, Americans reacting to Robert Francis Prevost becoming the first U.S. Pope in history. So I have a question. When you become Pope, you choose a name, right? Can you choose any name? You know? Like, could I be technically, okay. Does it have to be a saint? Like, is there a list that you're working off of? You know? Many will choose previous popes to signal what direction they plan the papacy to go. Yeah, that's why there've been a million Johns. Right, like Pope Madonna. Hi, I'm Pope Madonna. So what's the history with Leo? Who's the last Pope Leo? All the Pope Leos. Okay, significance of a pope name. The name a new pope chooses will indicate a certain spirit and direction and vision of the new pope. The first thing you would look, this is so embarrassing because I had to study theology in college. I really don't remember shit. I just remember that I thought I wanted to be a Janist. And then I realized that means that you cannot kill any living being, which includes bugs. Or at least that was my interpretation. I went, I don't know about this. Okay, so the first thing you look for would be which pope had that name before. That would signify something about the direction that the pope wants to take. Leo has been chosen 13 times before. Pope Leo the 13th was born in 1810 as the oldest person ever to be filmed. That's an interesting fact. I believe Pope Leo I was the one who convinced the Huns not to attack Rome. Okay. Last Leo created the concept of Catholic social doctrine, big focus on social justice and labor rights. All right, that's good. That's good. The last Leo was pro-worker but anti-socialist. Okay, we like pro-worker. The last Pope Leo posed in a commercial of a wine with Coke in it. Gave Vatican golden medal to the inventor of it. Wow. Okay. So the name Leo harkens back to Pope Leo the Great. This was the first pope with the name Leo. Also known as Pope Leo I, his papacy was from 440 to 461. Okay, so whoever said we have a lot of Leo facts. He's famous for meeting with Attila the Hun. Okay, so whoever got this fact right, or whoever put this fact in the chat, you're correct. He is famous for meeting with Attila the Hun and dissuading him from attacking Rome. So what does this mean for our new pope? Well, it might mean that he too is going to stand up to oppressive political forces in the world. Is the new pope going to kill Benjamin Netanyahu? Leo I is also known as a great intellectual and theological reformer. He wrote Leo's Tome, a document that influenced the official doctrine defining Jesus Christ as both fully human and fully divine. Our new pope has a doctorate in canon law, so we might expect that he too is going to clarify the church's teachings on central issues. Doyle also pointed to the last pope to use the name Leo, which was the Pope Leo XIII, who was the head of the Catholic Church. He was the head of the Catholic Church between 1878 and 1903. He's perhaps most famous for writing the Rerum Novarum, which translates to on new things, but the Latin meaning is also on revolutionary changes. The Rerum Novarum, do you guys know that I was once fluent in Latin? I had to study Latin. I studied Latin for 5 years. And when I was a child, I was fluent in Latin. And now kids these days are using AI. They don't know what it was like having to pore over Latin books as a child. No phones, only doctrines on Latinism. Did you go to a Jesuit school? I went to a Jesuit college, but when I was elementary school age, I went to an evangelical Christian school because it was the best school in the area. And I think I've talked about this because it was in this really creepy old villa that was definitely haunted. And then it ended up burning down later. But that was where I did things like the Shirley method of grammar, where it would give you 2 lines and you had to perfectly do your cursive. You couldn't go above the line, couldn't go below, or you'd have to start all over. It was very, very intense grammar regimen. Yes, the Shirley method. I also had to study Latin. I had to, of course, study the Bible. We did something called Bible Bowl every Friday. I was the school champion. That was where it was like the fun game that we would do in school called Bible Bowl. And there would be 2 lines of people, and then one person from each line would go up to the front, and then there would be a bowl with Bible quotes in it, or yeah, so it either say like Leviticus 4:12, and then you would have to give the verse, or it would give you the verse and you would have to say from what chapter, of the Bible it was from. And I was the school champion. I was the school champion at Bible Bowl. How did you turn out? Normal? I don't know. Am I? Baby, it was not Baby Billy's Bible Bonkers. It was not. Yes. So that was my upbringing. That was also the school where we weren't allowed to celebrate Halloween. That was the devil's holiday. We weren't allowed to read Harry Potter. That was devil's book. Anything to do with magic that was not in a Christian context was illegal. And that was when Jen, I've told this story when we were carpooling and we were in the car and it was quiet and Jen was sitting in the middle between Liz and I, and she goes, By the way, Liz and Caroline read Harry Potter. Like, she just dropped that. And the people who we carpooled with gasped. They gasped. Yes, Jen was a snitch. She used to do things like that because she'd be like, it was boring, and so I just kind of wanted to make it not boring. She was an agent of chaos. Truly an agent of chaos. She just she wanted to shake things up, you know? Okay, so let's get back to this. The Revarum Novarum addressed workers' rights and capitalism at the dawn of the industrial age and is considered the first Catholic social encyclical, laying the foundation for modern Catholic social thought. This could indicate that Pope Leo the 14th is interested in promoting Catholic social teaching in today's world. Maybe Catholic social teaching, if taken seriously, could be something to help overcome polarization. Maybe Catholicism will save the world. Leo the 13th was a great 19th century pope. When the revolutions in the 18th century happened and the philosophical revolutions of the 19th century, the church initially said no to much of that. Leo represents a very nuanced, intelligent engagement with modernity, not caving into it, not saying yes completely, but not saying no. So, centrist, using the resources of our own traditions to engage modernity creatively. That makes him a bridge figure. I gotta be real. I think we're past the bridge figures. I think we need radical revolutionaries. That's what it will excite me. The name Leo is a deep sign of commitment to social issues. Because of that, Pope Leo XIV's choice of name also suggests the continuation of much of Pope Francis's ministry. Pope Francis, whose birth name was Jorge Mario Bergoglio, chose a papal name that hadn't been chosen by a pope before. Okay, first of his name. So in his case, you have to ask, well, are there any biblical figures or people in the tradition who have had that name? For Francis, it was Saint Francis of Assisi, known for his charity and simplicity. What are the most common papal names? John, so many Johns. Like, everyone in my mom's family is named John, my brother included. My brother, who we call Jack, his real name is John. There are so many Johns in my family. I have like 100 Uncle Johns. Basically, if you are a male in my mom's family, there's like a 67% chance that your name is John. Jack? What's going on, Jack? Benedict, Gregory, Clement, Leo, Innocent. Oh, what about guilty? I'm Pope guilty. Pious. As with the name Leo, there could be more than one reference in the name that the Pope chooses. Have popes always changed their name? Not every pope in history has changed his name. Out of 266 popes, so for the current pope, 129 have chosen new names. So this became more ingrained around the 11th century. This was a period of time where German popes who chose names of early church bishops out of a desire to signify continuity. For many centuries, new popes tended to choose the name of the pope who had elevated them to cardinal. Only starting in the mid-20th century did new popes begin to choose names signaling the aim of their papacy. So names never chosen by a pope are Joseph, James, and Andrew. What about Jesus? That'd be kind of, I'm Pope Jesus. Would that fly? Popes have also not chosen the name Peter out of respect for Saint Peter, a disciple of Jesus who is recognized as the first pope. Pope Jesus would go crazy. Although I think it would be blasphemy. If you're like, I've chosen my name. I'm Pope Jesus. Cam Tram, thank you for the 20 months.
Kind of undertones with the Christian population in the United States. Trump kind of used those values as he stood on those values for his election. So it's kind of interesting.
Yes, Donald Trump, famously very Christian in his morals, in the way that he lives his life. He lives his life the way that Jesus did.
I'm curious to see how it goes.
To have the Pope from the United States of America, that's a great honor. That's a great honor.
Yeah, until he starts talking shit on Trump.
I'm watching and they said he's from America. I said, that's great.
He's from America. He's the first American pontiff in history. Yes.
Yes.
I just thought that the Cardinals were leaning towards someone with a perspective from other parts of the world, and America certainly has a lot of power in the world, and I thought they might not want that concentration of power, but from everything I've heard, they've chosen a really good man who loves God and wants to do the right thing, and that's what matters.
All my family is Catholic. We're strong in our faith. We go to church every Sunday, and I feel even more connected to the Vatican, knowing that the Pope is from Chicago.
Well, I'm hoping that we continue to move forward with everything or whatever. So with a whole positive vibe and him working with everybody and keeping on a good track with different world leaders and stuff like that or whatever. So yeah.
I think especially with the Pope, who was called as the Pope, not to be an American Pope, as
Damn, I thought they were gonna pick a Pope who didn't like God. I love that. He really loves God, and that's good in my book. As long as you love God, then you're good in my book.
Francis
in
was
the
not
good
supposed
book.
to be an Argentinian Pope. There's supposed to be a Pope for the Catholic Church of the world, who happens to now be an American. But if he can improve relations between America and any country that may have need of improvement in relations, that's always a good thing.
Oh, you mean like a lot of them? Yeah. You mean a lot of the world?
Hoy celebramos un momento histórico para el Perú y el mundo, la elección del cardenal Robert Francis Prevost, ciudadano peruano por elección y corazón como el nuevo Papa León XIV.
Una noticia muy agradable.
Yeah, I've already seen MAGA hogs be like, he's not American because he spent so much time overseas. No, he lived in he lived in Peru. He was the bishop of Chiclayo, Peru from 2015 to 2023. So he has dual citizenship. He was born in the US, but he spent a lot of time overseas. So that's why also the people of Peru are like, that's our Pope. Did you see the transvestigation of the new Pope on Twitter? I did not, but doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Remember, transphobia. It is one of the saddest of brain diseases. It gets in there and it just destroys everything in your brain. Just chews it up.
Espero que continúe con el legado que ha dejado nuestro querido Papa Francisco. Y bueno, estoy muy emocionada. Qué alegría. Realmente es una alegría indescriptible saber que un papa que se ha nacionalizado peruano y que todavía perdura su nacionalización está excelente. Qué bueno. Realmente estoy contenta que hayan elegido a un papa latinoamericano.
Being that a Latin, this is amazing to me. I love that people are like, he's a Latin American Pope. He's Peruvian. I'm happy that a Latin American Pope has been elected.
Siga, pues la línea del Papa Francisco, ¿no? Que tengamos una iglesia.
My fiance just reached out to Susan on Messenger for you to see if you would be interested. Ding, ding, ding. She's down. Raziel Prime. That's how we take action, okay? That is going directly to the source. Oh, we're gonna make this happen. I will. Hold on a second. What's the best way to do this? Can you DM me if I follow you? I think you can. Yeah, okay. I'm following the Pope Crave account. So I can either, they don't have their DMs open. So I think she should be able to DM me because I follow the account. If that's the best way to do it. Caroline has secured an interview with the Pope. Oh, please. No, this is more exciting to me than an interview with the Pope. Talking to one of the people behind Pope Crave. That's the kind of stuff that gets me excited. Okay, this is great. I love how this has come together. It's all coming together.
Se ajusta, limpia y que sigan pues las reglas y que no se vayan.
She said you can hit her up at her conclavazine Gmail. All right, let me look that up. Conclavazine Gmail account. Conclavazine. Okay. Got it. I will do that.
Por otras ramas que
that is some good on the ground work.
Separan lo que uno piensa de la iglesia, ¿no?
All right, y'all. So that's what's going on here. We're gonna set up a call with Susan Bin, who's behind the Pope Crave account, who was boots on the ground as the conclave was happening. I just had to download this off Instagram and post to Imgur because the link wasn't working, but it's related to conclave. Girl who thought conclave was gonna sweep.
What was your goes? I just found out. You think he's wonderful? Wicked Paul Thomas.
Wow! Not my hat!
Wait, that's...
Oscar goes to Zoe Saldana.
Wait, this is Angela from Smosh?
Wicked!
Wow! They built that church!
Lingering traumas.
I mean, are they breasts? Yeah. No. What about all the hymns?
Trying to pursue this dream.
Well, what did we think was going to happen?
I'm here.
Conclave.
Oh! What did I miss?
I was in the bathroom. Conclave.
For adapted screenplay.
Whoa! With an upset. Whoa!
What was your...
You would love her. I feel like I would. All right. Let's talk about we got a new celebrity trans daughter. Liev Schreiber's daughter, Kai, who is trans. And he opens up for the first time about his trans daughter, Kai. Let's see what he had to say. So Liev Schreiber and Naomi Watts, they're no longer together, but they have they have a daughter named Kai. And he says that she actually never told him and Naomi that she was trans. Kai was always who Kai is. But I suppose the most profound moment was her asking us to change her pronouns. To be honest with you, it didn't feel like that big of a deal to me, only because Kai had been so feminine for so long. Kai will be DMing you soon. Yes, I am 2 for 2 of covering articles that are about the the trans daughter of celebrities in Hollywood, and then having them DM me to be like, I saw what you said, thanks. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I was talking further to Erin De Niro, and I invited her to the Creators for Peace fundraiser that we are putting together in June. And it is going to be a fundraiser that benefits transgender the transgender community. It's, let me find the exact name of it's Point of Pride. So it's going to be benefiting Point of Pride, a nonprofit that provides trans people with access to affirming garments, hormone surgeries, and other essential care. So we are putting that together, and I asked her if she wanted to be a part of that. And she said she's recovering from knee surgery, but if she can, she's in NYC, but if she can, then she will be there. And yeah. You know, it's all coming together. Making the connects. Wakata Hokage. Thank you for the 2 months. Okay, so back to Kai and Liev Schreiber. To be honest with you, he says, it didn't feel like that big of a deal to me because Kai had been feminine for so long. Kai will join her dad and his wife Taylor at the Ali Forney Center's A Place at the Table Gala on Friday night in New York City. The center, which provides housing and support for homeless LGBTQ youth, currently serves more than 2,200 young people through its 24/7 drop-in center and network of 13 emergency and transitional housing sites. While Kai, who made her modeling debut in March, walking the runway for Valentino before starring in an ad campaign for the luxury fashion house, may not be facing the same hardships as those seeking help at the center, Schrieber explained their need to step up. This isn't just about representing the trans community. This is actually a community of people who don't have great resources, who don't have access to help, who aren't being protected and looked after by their families. These are people who are being rejected. These are people who are experiencing the harshest version of humanity that we can offer, and some of them are not surviving it. We got to bear that in mind when we go out there and glam ourselves up and get ready to be seen, you know, he continued. That what we're doing is actually raising money for a community that desperately needs it. I love this. I love that he is recognizing that the point here is to help trans youth who don't have access to resources, to the support that someone like his daughter has. So, of course, it's very exciting. Kai, who's who's got this modeling career and who is supported by her family, and her family has a lot of resources. But the point here is in using that privilege as celebrities, as people who have resources, to help those who do not. Kai is embracing her space in the trans community like never before, Schrieber says. Kai is such a fighter. It's important that she goes, hey, I am trans and look at me. Schrieber chooses his words carefully when asked to offer advice to parents of children coming out as trans. I don't know the answer for your kid, he said. I don't know what it's like for you to be a trans dad. I don't know how you were brought up. I don't know what religion you encountered or what your spirituality is. And for me to tell you what I think about my kid feels like an overstep. But then he adds with a laugh, I guess if I would say anything to someone who's having trouble with their trans teen or their adolescent trans kid, it's teenagers are a headache. They're hard. It doesn't matter whether they're trans or not because you'll come out of this. But a trans teen is going to be a teen. There's such a pain so much of the time, and Kai is as feisty and outspoken as they come. I also love that point there where what he's saying is like, he's like, look, I can't tell you exactly because I don't know you. And that is something you have to figure out with your own family. But remember that like trans teenagers are at the end of the day teenagers, because guess what? Trans people are human beings. Trans people are human beings. It's why we see trans rights and trans wrongs. It's why trans teens are also a pain in the ass, because teenagers are a pain in the ass because they're, going through emotionally turbulent times. And of course, having a teenager who is trans, there's going to be there are going to be things that you need to do as a parent that are unique, because that in the form of providing the support that they specifically need as a trans teen if they are undergoing hormone replacement therapy, if they are whatever they are doing in terms of gender affirming care. And then also just the support that all trans people need in their transition. And unfortunately, a lot of trans kids don't get that support from the people who are closest to them. And it is why a lot of them turn to the internet. It is a life-saving resource for a lot of trans kids. Her mom is Naomi Watts, right? Yep. Yeah. Can't expect a 15-year-old to suddenly be a perfect character from a novel. But yeah, I like this reminder that, hey, trans teens, they're teenagers. So if you are experiencing difficulty with your trans child who is a teenager, remember that all parents struggle with teenagers, because teenagers are teenagers. Schrieber isn't oblivious to the political attacks against the trans community. Most recently, the Supreme Court upheld President Trump's ban on trans service members in the U.S. military as lower courts hear cases trying to overturn the president's executive order. However, Schrieber explains that he remains hopeful. I don't like to dwell on it too much. To some degree, I feel like I don't want to overcook that fear or that anxiety. There's enough in the world to be anxious and afraid about. Yeah, and you know what I will say, what I said in terms of Robert De Niro's support of Aaron is having famous people coming out and publicly supporting their trans child is important, because it always makes the news. And again, the difficulties that specifically trans people are facing are enormous. They're enormous. Like, this is not the same thing as going, yeah, I support the gay community, right? Like, it's specific to also support trans people, to support your own trans child, and to do so publicly. And then also using your resources, using your privilege and your power to raise money for transgender youth who do not have the who do not have the support that you can provide to your child. The way Dwayne Wade has openly and consistently supported Zaya always makes me emotional. Yes, Dwayne Wade, Marlon Wayans, right? Marlon Wayans. Oh, wait, that's so funny. Marlon's child is also named Kai. He has spoken at length about his journey with his trans child, Kai, where he went through a journey and ended up at a place of unconditional love, which is the hope that every trans child can receive that. The Black celebrities supporting their trans kids has been so amazing, knowing anti-LGBTQ behavior in the community. Yeah, I mean, anti-LGBTQ behavior is certainly not something that is specific to only the Black community. It is rampant. Transphobia is in every community. Yet, yeah, having it's universal. But having such big celebrities like Dwayne Wade and Gabby Union, who have a trans child and who have loudly and proudly supported their trans child. I do hope that that has had a positive impact. Kai is the stereotypical queer name. It's a meme in the gay space. I did not know that. I know a lot of trans Kais and Ashes. Well, actually now that you say it, I do know multiple Ashes. Okay, so this is great. Love this. Love to see. You know, it's so funny too, because these brain dead these brain dead transphobes will be like, isn't it suspicious that it seems to be that these woke celebrities, these woke liberal celebs all have trans children? It's like, no, they don't. But you're a dumbass, and you seem to not understand that when you are famous, the media reports on your life. So a famous person having a trans child who they are talking about publicly, that's going to be reported on. It is asinine to think that, it is asinine to be like, there's some conspiracy here. Something fishy with all of these celebrities having trans children. These woke liberals forcing their children into being trans. Yeah, how many famous people don't have a trans child? They think they're the only trans kids that exist in the world. It's only woke liberal celebrities who have trans children. Yeah, I mean, the truth is that trans children are in every kind of family. It's just that in conservative families and families that are anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ, these kids are not safe. They are not supported in being transgender. So maybe food for thought. Yeah, and maybe it's because trans children, like all children of celebrities, are very visible. Their parents have a huge spotlight on them. And so unless they are very specifically hidden by their parents, which some celebrities choose to do with their children, with their private lives, then yeah, they're going to be in the headlines. They think because they don't see the headline, Janet from the library has a trans daughter, that it doesn't happen to anyone but celebrities. It's because they're trying to cook up the whole Satanist, satanic panic, woke Hollywood, adrenochrome. They're trying to connect all the dots here. It's always the dumbest argument because it's being in denial of trans people living in conservative states. Like, how did that happen in their minds? And it's also why I would like to remind people on the left that when we say things like, fuck the South, okay, let these conservative states fail, leave them be. There are a lot of LGBTQ people in conservative states. There are a lot of people who are not, who are not MAGA, who are not voting for these things. People in conservative states who need access to something like abortion. Yeah, I mean, it pisses me off. It's like, in the United States of America, the majority of Black people live in the South. But we just want to say fuck the South. Like, there's such an attitude towards the South because of some of the most viciously conservative politicians who come from these red states because of red states having lower rates of literacy, right? Higher rates of teen pregnancy, stuff like that, where it's like, do you think that that's the fault of people who live in those states? Do you think it's because even though red states receive more federal funding, that they cut social programs, they cut public education, voter suppression. Yeah, like talking about Florida, one of the most egregious states that engages in voter suppression. I feel like it's a very liberal thing to say things like leave the South to rot. Yeah, and that's why when I talked about Sinners, I said one of the things I appreciated so much about that film is that Ryan Coogler took great care to show the beauty of the South, despite its horrifying history, which let's not act as if racism was and still isn't in the North, okay? To pretend like during slavery and then during Reconstruction and the decades afterwards that it was like North racism free, South racism is not true. Chicago was an incredibly racist city. There is still racism in northern the northern United States. Leaving Chicago because they'd rather deal with the racists at home. Yes. And so in Sinners, we really saw how so much of culture coming from the South that made its way into the North was on display in that film. And yes, it is a place where some of the most shameful things in this country's very dark history occurred, but it also is not just this. It's not a part of the country to completely generalize as like backwards and not worthy of not worthy of our attention and care. Minnesota is one of the most segregated states because of redlining. Yeah, also George Floyd. George Floyd. I love my state. It's my home. It's where I feel most connected with the land. The politics aren't great and some of the people suck, but it's my state. I want to make it better. Right. And it's when people will say, oh yeah, you hate America. Why don't you just leave? It's the same sentiment of, well, why don't you just leave the South? All these people in the South who don't agree with the politics, why don't they just leave? Okay. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for that brilliant suggestion. Missouri is technically not part of the South, but we also had one of the wealthiest slave owners in the U.S. When I went to school in Missouri, and I went to school in St. Louis, okay? St. Louis, Missouri, not the South. There were so many wannabe Southern belles, like white girls who I went to school with, who wanted so badly to be a Southern belle, who grew up in St. Louis, very segregated city. St. Louis, of course, which is where Ferguson is, where Michael Brown was killed by the police. And that was where the Black Lives Matter protest happened in 2014 that Barack Obama did not support. Why don't you just leave? Okay, man, I'll just pack up everything, spend thousands of dollars moving out of my home that I love. Yeah, it's this idea that rather than wanting to make your home better, the place where you have your roots, a better place, it's like, just leave. If you have such a problem with the politics of your home, then why don't you just go? And the thing is that's always coming from people who are saying that in, of course, completely a bad faith manner. And there's a lot of people who can't leave. Like, hello? Acting as if moving, totally uprooting your life and moving elsewhere is just some easy thing to do. No, it's not. What is a Southern belle? Good question. Okay, so a Southern belle, traditionally Southern women who are associated with the antebellum South. And when I don't know if you know anything about what the debutantes. Yes. So debutantes, which is something that girls, white girls, usually, pretty sure almost exclusively participate in when they're in high school, junior high. I don't know. They do these debutante balls. It's where they wear the gowns, where they go through training to be a lady. It's giving Gone with the Wind. That's very much the energy there. So yeah, it's a very romanticized image of the antebellum South. That's where it originates from. Generally, it's used. Generally, I would say colloquially, it's more modern. Modernly, it refers to just like pretty women from the South. So a lot of girls that I went to school with would see these, blonde beauty queens from the South and they would want to emanate that. Also, some of them were racist as fuck. Every time I hear Southern Belle, I think of that scene from The Bear between Io's character and her father. Yes. They come out to society, right? Yeah. So it is your introduction to society as a proper young lady. Have you ever seen She's the Man? Who's seen She's the Man? I'm pretty sure that's what Amanda Bynes' character, her mom, who's very, don't you look so pretty, darling? Also in Gilmore Girls. And by beauty queens, you mean literal pageant queens, right? Yeah. Yep, it's very racist. Segregated and racist. I love STL. It's my home, but damn, I'm glad I don't live there anymore. I will say, though, that there were a lot of great people in St. Louis. I think it was last year, activists in St. Louis had a protest that went through my college's campus. It was a protest for Palestine, even though St. Louis University is not one of the universities that is invested in companies that are profiting from genocide. It was still... It was a protest in St. Louis to protest the genocide in Palestine. St. Louis University. There's a girl in my high school that always talked about how much she wanted to live in Texas, loved Trump, and was Christian. She also had a very fake Southern accent. By the way, we went to school in New York. Yeah, as I said, it is people who romanticize specifically the antebellum South. They're trying to open an Israeli chem factory in St. Louis. Fuck that shit. All right, let's talk about Amy Lou Wood. Amy Lou. There's only one Amy Lou Wood. Now, I was very surprised to read this part of the profile on her because I did not really become familiar with her until White Lotus. I have not watched Sex Education. Don't come at me. It's one of those that's on the list, but I'm not getting to it anytime soon. But because I didn't know her from Sex Education, I was really introduced to her via White Lotus. And I just think that she's amazing. I think she's so darling. So anyway, okay, this is the part that I want to read. Boop, 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 boop. Sex Education was big, but its popularity felt localized, and she didn't think too much about how people might perceive her online, despite gaining hundreds of thousands of new followers. But she would later learn just how closely she was being scrutinized. In October of 2023, Wood was one of the few people in the public eye who spoke out on social media about the persecution of Palestinian people in the wake of October 7. This is so surprising to me because I don't remember this. Maybe it's because I don't know. I mean, I feel like I was all over what was happening in Hollywood since there were few people who were speaking out in the wake of October 7th, not in a posting a picture of the Israeli flag and saying I stand with Israel. And so celebrities who have spoken out on behalf of Palestine have certainly grown in number, but there were not a lot who were doing it in October of 2023, in like the immediate aftermath of October 7th. But I guess Amy Lou Wood was one of them. Hollywood was frozen in silence. Many who raised their voices lost jobs and agents in the process. But for Wood, it never felt like a choice, she tells me. Mobile Suit Koala, thank you for the seven months. On Instagram, barely a week after the attacks, she began reposting fundraisers and appeals for the Gaza humanitarian crisis and statistics on the rise in Islamophobic hate crimes in London. She couldn't ignore it because what she was witnessing wasn't news to her. It was a continuation of the stories her family had told her since she was young. My granddad was a soldier in Palestine the year before the Nakba. Is Amy Lou Wood Palestinian? I mean, she is connected. Her grandfather was a soldier in Palestine the year before the Nakba. Her family history is connected to, is very connected to Israel and Palestine. He saw a lot of stuff that traumatized him for the rest of his life. Maybe British, because I know she's British. Does she mean British soldier? I don't know. Yeah, maybe he was a British soldier, and maybe because of how brutal it was, both from the British forces and from the Israeli forces. So she says he saw a lot of stuff that traumatized him for the rest of his life. And the thing is, too, if he was a British soldier, and he saw stuff that traumatized him for the rest of his life, which, yes, of course, if you are a person with any morals, then how could you not be traumatized? But I think that is extra, it's extra telling that it's like, oh, this is a person who was there not because of feeling a personal connection to the land, be it Palestinians who lived on the land or Israelis who believed that they had a historic right to the land. Somebody had a question. Palestine was a British colony during the founding of Israel. No. Yes. So the British Mandate, which meant that Britain had been in control of historic Palestine, and Britain was the first major power to support the Zionist entity, and they armed the Zionist militias starting in the early 1900s, gave them the resources to start committing atrocities against Palestinian farmers. So prior to the Nakba, we know that the decades prior, so modern Zionism happened at the end of the 1800s. And as early Zionists started immigrating to historic Palestine, there were attacks on Palestinian villages. There were already systems being put in place by the British controlled powers in Palestine to ensure the transfer of land from Palestinians to to early Zionists. And then, of course, the United States stepped in and became the greatest ally to Israel. Archimedes, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you for always being vocal in your support of Palestine. Love the stream. On Instagram, barely a week after the attacks, she began reposting. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Okay, so the backlash online came swiftly. The police came to her house, letting her know that the threats she was receiving were likely to have real-world consequences and that she should be cautious. Her agents received printed screenshots of her Instagram feed highlighting the fundraisers she was sharing for people living in Gaza. Wood says the things that scare her in real life are facile, like buying bread in the supermarket or not having mascara on my bottom lashes. But when something's fucking like real and true, she says, the fear just goes. You know, that is a statement I feel like I have not heard from a lot of people, where she's like, look, the things that scare me are buying bread in the supermarket, or not having mascara on my bottom lashes, which so real, so true, Queen. But when something that actually has real world consequences, that is, in the words of Amy Lou, fucking like real and true, then the fear goes out the window. And that is some real ass shit, where she looked at this situation and went, how can I not say the things that I say now in this moment? How can I not offer up support to a people who I am well aware have faced brutal oppression for decades? The kind of threats people get for speaking out only emphasizes how bad it is for people living under occupation. Yes, and I think that's the reminder, right? It's like anything you have experienced as someone who has spoken out against the crimes of Israel, the complicity of the United States, speaking out against the genocide of Palestinians. Anything you experience, and you certainly will experience threats, you will experience repercussions. We have seen it for the last 19 months. Still pales in comparison to what the people of Palestine endure and have been enduring. I mean, here, sorry, I have to scroll for 1 second. I think I reposted it. Yeah. Hamdan Bilal, who's one of the directors of No Other Land, which won the Oscar this year for Best Documentary, was beaten and kidnapped by Israeli settlers and was being held at a location where the military was in the West Bank. They violently attacked him in his hometown of Masafer Yatta, which was the village in No Other Land that both Hamdan Bilal and Basel Adra are from. That happened to him. And then on top of that, there has only been violence since that film came out, violence towards their village, the people who live there, and other villages in the West Bank, because that is the truth. That is the reality of what has been happening in the West Bank. Not just the ongoing genocide in Gaza, but the ongoing violent settler excursions, expansions in the West Bank that is fully supported by Israel. You have settlers who are in, who are in the Israeli government, whose goal has been to extricate the land that Palestinians live on in the West Bank and take it all for Israel.
Attacked me and they tried to.
Actually, before I get to, let me finish this out. Okay. So when Wood walked back into her bedroom after shooting the White Lotus, 7 months had passed outside of the strange static bubble she'd lived in at the resort. I think that's the part where she was talking about Palestine. But yeah, I mean, this is what she said here. What she said here resonates in that she's like, look, as a human being, as somebody who understands what is going on here, how could I not, in the wake of October 7th, try and bring attention to the plight of Palestinians, try and raise funds for aid that since October 7th and before October 7th has been restricted from the people who live there. There are hundreds of thousands of children right now who are on the brink of starvation. The images that you see coming out of Gaza, and these are children who have so far survived the endless bombing, who have survived diseases, who have just survived in general and are facing starvation, are the aid that Israel is legally required to ensure that the people who they are the occupying power of are receiving. Israel is blocking that aid. They have been blocking that aid. Okay, so let me watch this now.
To kill me. That moment, it's like I was all the time thinking about my family, so my kids. So that moment, what I'm saying before, I didn't thinking about I'm the Oscar man or something. No. That's the moment you think about your life and about your family, about your kids.
Hey, no! Can we go back to the car?
Get in the car, get in the car.
No Other Land is a Palestinian-Israeli film which won the Oscar. The Best Documentary Film for the 97th Academy Awards.
So you are one of the directors of No Other Land.
Yeah.
And you were arrested lately and then released, right?
Yeah.
I want to ask you how it's for you to be in the Oscar and to get the Oscar, to come back to Masafer Yatta, and how the community in Masafer Yatta feels about the movie.
Look,
How do they feel about the movie? This is their life. This has been their lived existence, their reality. So they don't have to watch the film because they experience it every day.
We made our movie because of the situation here. So, and then when we got it the Oscar, we thought that will be. We thought that it's like the biggest award in the world, and we felt maybe we can change the situation here with the Palestinian and Masafer Yatta facing like settler violence, demolition homes. So when we got the Oscar, we felt we will change the situation here to help the people, to help the community. This is important award, and that's for us, especially for us like a community. It's not like me or another directors. The Oscar, this is back for all the community of Masafer Yatta, not just us. We just the way, and we make all the videos about the people here.
And did this give them hope and they feel proud of you?
Exactly, yes. They felt, when you do it's like biggest thing and put it Masafer Yatta on the maps, and there's a lot of people, they understand the situation here.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that film can do is it can tap into people's emotions. It can educate. It can raise awareness. So between No Other Land, between Louis Theroux's documentary that just came out on settlers in the West Bank with a woman who is literally pure evil. The main settler Nazi woman, what's her name again? Actually Satan. Truly one of the scariest people alive that everyone should know because of how evil she is. Yeah, isn't it like Daniela Weiss? Something like that. So anyway, that documentary, this documentary, there have been a number of films that have come out in the last year that definitely has brought attention to the situation in the West Bank, which is again something that's been going on for decades. The settler expansion, which is illegal, and it is why we say that the West Bank is militarily occupied, because it is, and it has been since 1967. And it was really after the Oslo Accords in the 90s that the settlers really started to kick into gear in the West Bank. And this is prior to October 7th. I don't know what it is at now, but there were like 60,000 Americans who were living in the West Bank. Americans living on stolen lands. And of course, there was the clip that went super viral at the beginning of October 7th, where it's the guy who's like from Brooklyn going, well, if I don't take your house, someone else is going to do it. And this Palestinian woman is like, you can't do this. Like, this is my house. I live here. And he's perfectly showing just how inhumane the beliefs of Zionism are, in that it's not a matter of, well, I can't take your house because that's your house and that is wrong for me to do. But it's, if I don't take your house, then someone else is going to take it, because that's how it goes. And that's how it's gone for almost 100 years.
And there's millions of people, they saw the movie.
Mm.
So that's our goal, to bring the attention here. Yeah, maybe we can't change the situation on the ground very quickly. We understand that take time. But the reaction from the outside, that was success. So the last part from your question, when after I got the Oscar and when I back to my home, because there's no option, I have to back to my home. So, and then I facing attack. That moment, when I was under the attack, I didn't think about the Oscar.
Yeah.
Really, I will be honest with you.
I mean, how could you? How could you be like, but I have an Oscar, when you know full well that's not only not going to stop the settlers and the military and police, but also led to an increase in the violence, because they were pissed off. The settlers were pissed off that no other land had received the recognition. So it was a way of being like, well, guess what? We can still do this. You might have won the Oscar, but you don't have your freedom and you don't have rights, and we have the power here. So let's see what that Oscar can do. Here's the video you described. Yeah.
Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? Why are you yelling at me?
What's the problem? Hey, I'm settler colonizing here. Hey, I'm settler colonizing here. What do you want from me?
But
it's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
You are stealing
I didn't do
my
nothing.
house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, يا عمي.
זה לא שלי להחזיר.
Hey, I'm settling here. The crazy thing is that this clip went viral back in 2021 when it happened. People just kind of ignored such a blatant demonstration of Israeli cruelty. You mean there's history before October 7th? But how could that be? I thought this all began on 10/7.
Because this is the situation. This is our situation. This is how we live. This is all the time I'm facing this attack against me, against another village, against another family. So this is the situation here. All the time I'm saying the situation for me or for anyone from Masafer Yatta, we say this is normal and not normal. Because we're facing every day, that's become normal. I understand every moment, maybe the situation now is quiet, but after 1 minute they will change. We understand that because we lived with it before 20 years ago. So, like a man who got the Oscar under attack and he feels he will die in that moment. That moment, it's like I was all the time thinking about my family, so my kids. So that moment, what I'm saying before, I didn't thinking about I'm the Oscar man or something. No, that's the moment you think about your life and about your family, about your kids. After I realize
yeah, but we all know what the real problem is here. Okay, the real problem is that Zionist students at schools like Harvard are getting ghosted by their friends. That's the real serious problem, is that people, because of what they have witnessed for the almost 2 years, they don't fuck with Zionists. They don't fuck with people who think genocide is acceptable. Oh no, you got ghosted in the group chat? Your fifis got hurt? Your fifis got hurt? Man, you know what? Yeah, you're the real victim here.
When I release, I made, it's like, I did it a lot of interviews because I got the Oscar. So that's important when you take like this big attention.
Yeah, but unfortunately others actually don't have this.
Exactly, but that's I felt I have more
protection.
No, not more protection. The Oscar not to protect me. They attacked me. They tried to kill me. But the reaction around the world and what's happened with me, like supporting me, that's important. But I use this.
Yeah, and can you tell me or give us like an idea of how is the situation today in general in Masafer Yatta?
It's so hard. That's what I can say. It's one word.
Like Nasser said before that we are like it's our last breath. نفس الأخير تبعنا. What is your opinion?
My opinion, I'm always the time there is light in the dark.
Yeah.
So all the time I have a hope. This situation, they will never continue like this. And from me and the other activists, we can do something against this. We can write a lot. We can post a lot about this. And also, I'm all the time I say our cameras, it's like stronger than the bulldozer. So when you believe you can change the situation with what you have, so there is a hope. And also, you know, you have to believe, okay, in the end, you have freedom.
You have to believe in the end that you have freedom. Yes. So let's talk about some good news. Some good news that has happened, which is that.
Back, we want to tell you about some breaking news.
Rumeysa Ozturk was ordered by a judge, Judge Sessions, to for her immediate release from detention. Now, she still has to fight the possible deportation, but the judge on her case came to the conclusion that her detainment was fucking bullshit and ordered her immediate release. So this is a spot of bright news on this Friday. And yeah, there's a lot of shit that happens all the time that's really bad, and so we gotta take the wins when they come.
A high-profile immigration case, a federal judge in Vermont just ordered the release of detained Tufts doctoral student Rumeysa Ozturk. So let's go now to CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman. Katrina, you were following this development during a bail hearing for the Turkish national. So what can you tell us about what happened in court?
The judge said that the detention of Rumeysa Ozturk could not stand. He said that bail was necessary. He talked about, a lot of this hearing was about her asthma condition, and he talked about how keeping her in detention could cause irreparable harm to her health if it's continued. He also said that it appears that she has just been detained due to an op-ed that she wrote, and that he sees a very substantial First Amendment claim here, as well as due process issues. So this seemed to be a very clear-cut case for the judge. He also did not in any way deem her to be a danger to society or a flight risk. He didn't even put any travel restrictions on Rumeysa Ozturk.
Because you want to know what her crime was? Writing an op-ed that was critical of Israel. She wrote an op-ed, an opinion piece that was critical of Israel. And the Trump administration had no evidence to support her detainment. And the judge looked at that and went, this is insane. And this will have a chilling effect on free speech, a federally protected right in this country. It's insanity. When I was in New York recently, I caught up with a friend of mine that I went to college with and who I studied abroad with, and she works for the ACLU. And she's been very, very busy working on a number of these deportation cases. And so we were just talking about it. And she was texting me this morning, and it was like not confirmed, but essentially she was like, I think we're about to get some good news in just a little bit. And good news indeed did we get. And so the sense that I got from her is that it's very overwhelming because of how many international students and how many undocumented immigrants are being targeted. And that is part of the strategy here. It's like, if you do this to enough people, then hopefully the idea of that is that the public can't keep up with all these cases, that lawyers and civil rights nonprofits organizations get overwhelmed. And so they can just, if you flood the zone, if you overwhelm the groups that are fighting back against these unlawful actions, then there are going to be people who will slip through the cracks. Yeah, we got the Quantrage inside sources. Have you heard anything about the Trump admin possibly turning their back on Israel for once? So Here's what you need to understand about that is it's a we'll believe it when we see it. All right, we'll believe it when we see it. I of course don't care if it's Donald Trump who actually is the person to put the foot down, because somebody needs to. But what you need to understand with Donald Trump is he's a narcissist, right? We know that. He's an egomaniac. He's a narcissist. So the kind of the thing that's going on here is that Trump doesn't seem to be totally happy with how Netanyahu is treating him. Because remember, this is about power. This is about ego, where he does not want to be perceived, and also in his own interacting with Netanyahu, that Netanyahu is the one who has the upper hand. Whereas when Biden was running the show, it was a blank check. Okay, there was no pushback. Top-ranking Israeli officials have gone on the record saying as such. We now know, even though we already knew, we now know that there was no talk of a ceasefire. So anybody who got out there, including AOC, and said that Biden and Harris are working tirelessly for a ceasefire, that was a lie. We knew it was a lie. They knew it was a lie. It was a lie. So that may be the reason why the Trump administration, like, pulls back on the blank check to Israel, because he doesn't want the perception to be that Bibi is in charge of things. He wanted Netanyahu to glaze and defer to him more. Yes, he wants Netanyahu like sucking his toes, you know? Like groveling at his feet. I mean, this is the same guy who said to Zelensky, or him and JD Vance were like, say thank you. You didn't even say thank you. Say thank you. Why aren't you saying thank you? It's not a great look for the Dems, huh? No, I mean, the Dems have not been looking good in a number of ways. I don't have faith in Trump. I mean, look, it's not because Trump is pro-Palestine. It's not because he cares about the plight of Palestinians. It's not because he's a peaceful dove. None of that. If Israel is restricted, it will be because of the ego of Donald Trump. And there are signs to indicate that maybe things are a little rocky. Maybe there is potential here for a bright spot. Recently on what's his name? The Trump ambassador. I can't remember. The U.S. envoy. I'm blanking on his name. Not Huckabee. Huckabee's the ambassador to Israel. Huckabee, who has previously said that he does not believe Palestinians. Steve Witkoff, thank you. Steve Witkoff has made statements that are critical of how Israel's been behaving. On the trip to the Middle East, it did not include a stop in Tel Aviv. Apparently, Israel did not know. They were not in the know about the Middle East visit. So there are some indications here that perhaps all is not smooth sailing between the U.S. and Israel. As I said, obviously I fucking hate Donald Trump. Think he's an evil piece of shit. But that doesn't matter and it doesn't matter the reasons for why. If there is even a chance here, and again, I'll believe it when I see it, but if there's a chance here for a break, for aid to get into Gaza, for there to be restrictions that are finally placed upon Israel, then that is a good thing. This will also be an L for the Dems if Trump pulls back support for Israel. Yes.
He said that it's clear.
Well, Netanyahu is notoriously hated as a world leader anyway. Trump ain't settled. He says the quiet parts out loud. Right. He is looking at the situation, and Netanyahu is extremely hated. He's hated in Israel. He's hated in the US, aside from people like John Fetterman, who just he that's his best friend. That's his buddy. Netanyahu is deeply unpopular. And we know the problem with Israel is not Netanyahu. It is not one man. This is not the current government that is the issue here. We know all that. It's one of the problems that people have with that leftists have with Bernie, is that Bernie always is specific about criticizing Netanyahu while saying Israel has the right to defend itself. He is very specific in calling out Netanyahu as an individual instead of the political project of Zionism that created these structures, that created this state that has been actively oppressing Palestinians for decades. I don't care as long as the genocide stops and aid is allowed in. Yes, like there are critical needs at this moment. Aid getting into Gaza. People are starving. Children are starving. They have already died because they have not received the food and the aid that they need. So many injuries from the nonstop bombing, and they don't even have they don't have anesthesia. They don't have the basics to treat the many, many people who are being injured on a daily basis. Bernie's a liberal Zionist. Even in his old age, he still truly believes in the utopia that is Israel. Yes, Bernie represents the POV of liberal Zionism, where they are critical of Netanyahu. They are critical of the fascist far-right current government, where they believe in getting humanitarian aid to Gaza. They believe in an end to the bombing, right? Not having the faucet just running at all times. The faucet being in the form of financial and military support. But that's where it stops. That's where it stops. They still believe in the whole Israel has the right to defend itself. They still believe in Zionism. So that's the line. That's the line between people who are pro-Palestinian and then people who are liberal Zionists, where they do not talk about, like Bernie does not talk about apartheid. He does not talk about the founding of Israel being that of a project of settler colonialism, where the stated goal from the early modern Zionists was to remove the people who were on the land, the people being Palestinians, to remove them in order to set up the state of Israel. And that is a thing that Bernie does not talk about, that he is not critical of. So, yeah. I mean, honestly, that is not going to change. If you're sitting around waiting for Bernie to get better on this, it's not going to happen. I love that Israel has the right to defend itself, but not the Palestinians. Yeah, we never talk about the right to defense when it comes to Palestine. And in fact, when we have seen Palestinians engage in defense, it is met with, of course, condemnation by the media, by our government. by people who support Israel's right to oppress Palestine. Is calling someone the Z word still banned on Twitch? No, I think it basically Twitch was like, if you're using the word Zionist with a tone and in a way that's being used as a slur, that's what it was. But like, that is insane. It is insane to ban the use of the word Zionist. Like, Zionism is a belief in nationalism. It is a political ideology. Are we going to ban other political ideologies? Versions of it are blocked in chat. Yes. How is it a slur? It's not a slur. It's not a slur, to be very clear. But Zionists are angry about people making the parallels between Zionism and Nazism. They are angry about Zionism being referred to as a fascist ideology. How is a literal political ideology becoming a slur? How is Miss Rachel Hamas? To be fair, there's bad actors that use the Z word to refer to Jewish people, but it's not a slur. Yes. And to be clear, those are people who are not pro-Palestine. Those are people who are anti-Semitic. Those are white supremacists. And those people do not belong anywhere near the movement. They do not, they are not operating off morals and empathy. So yes, that is true, that there are white supremacists who have taken advantage of this time, who have tried to pretend that they are being anti-Semitic because they are supporting Palestine. No, they do not. They are against Israel because they are anti-Semitic. And that is why, for the cajillionth, billionth time, when we talk about how it is anti-Semitic to conflate Zionism with Judaism, to group the actions of Israel as the responsibility of all Jewish people, it's because it is anti-Semitic, and because anti-Semites will use that conflation. And they will go, oh yeah, so Israel equals all Jewish people. Zionists, if you are Jewish, then you are a Zionist. If you are a Zionist, then you are Jewish. Great, then it is open season for me to be anti-Semitic and act as if I am act as if it's justified because of what Israel is doing. And this is something that I've heard Hassan point out, and it's something I've pointed out as well. People who are pro-Palestinian, okay, who are accused of being anti-Semitic, do the people who accuse pro-Palestinian content creators of being anti-Semitic not see how we disavow anti-Semites who are criticizing Israel because they are anti-Semitic, who are supporting Palestine, but it's because they are anti-Semitic? Like, those people, we disavow. Real pro-Palestinian leftists, progressives, we recognize. I mean, since the beginning, I have called out the Jake Shields, the what's his name? You know who I'm talking about. Mr. Grifter, Mr. Psyop. Yeah, God, that guy, that guy. There's a lot of them. Hinkle, yes, Tinkle, Jackson Tinkle, and Candace Owens. Same with Candace Owens. Like, I have had so many private conversations with people in my life to make sure they understand that Candace Owens is not acting in a moral and just manner. I was talking to someone recently who is Iranian, and her she is hates Israel. Her family has experienced hardships because of Israel, so it's a personal thing for her. She supports Palestine, and she mentioned Candace Owens to me and was like, "Do you know who that is?" I said, "Yes," and I'm gonna stop you before you go further, because I'm sure that you have become aware of her, because maybe you've seen her in the context of criticizing Israel. But I want to stop you there in that she is not an ally. It's not the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think it's really important. And I know people disagree, and I will always stand on this, that someone who is a white supremacist, that someone who is anti-Semitic, we do not align with. If you are criticizing Israel because you are anti-Semitic, I do not align with you. And I do think it is so important to be consistent in that, to be principled. And I have seen some people I follow online who disagree with that, and it's not because it's like, well, we don't want to give pro-Israel people, we don't want to give Zionists an excuse to call us anti-Semitic. They're going to do that anyway. They're calling Miss Rachel Hamas. It's not a matter of the perception. It's not a matter of being like, oh, well, gee, maybe if I say I don't like Candace Owens, then they'll stop calling me an anti-Semite terrorist. Of course not. No, I know that they're going to do that regardless. It doesn't matter. It's about being principled. It's about being morally consistent. It is about being opposed to white supremacy. It's about being opposed to all forms of bigotry, which is why I do not support the oppression of the Palestinian people. And it is why I do not support anti-Semitism. And I'm not talking about anti-Semitism that is criticism of Israel. That is not anti-Semitism. Miss Rachel is actually pro-Palestine because Miss Rachel is a human being who operates with empathy. She is a person who cares about children. And when she sees children being starved and being bombed and being treated as terrorists because they were born in Palestine, that is something that she speaks out against, because she is a person who genuinely loves and cares about all children. And she is a person who is against one of the worst things, the worst thing that humanity engages in, which is violence against children. If you hate Miss Rachel, you are an evil motherfucker. Like, if you hate that woman, you are the definition of a piece of shit. You know, nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing to me has me going, wow, I can't believe that they're calling, because that's just where we're at, right? When they start coming after, and they've been coming after Miss Rachel since the first time that she posted on Instagram about children who are being murdered in Gaza. Like, this is not the recent thing that happened to her. The recent round of Miss Rachel's Hamas was not the first time that happened. So anyway, I will always say that, and I will continue to be called anti-Semitic and a terrorist by the worst people who exist. And I will also continue to say that anti-Semites, white supremacists, We are not on the same side. I am not on the side of any form of bigotry. It's that simple. You know, and it's nice when it's that simple because you always know where you stand. You always know where you stand. If you are opposed to all forms of oppression, to all forms of bigotry, then you will always know where you stand. You killed it at the Country Awards. Thank you very much. Yeehaw. Okay, let's finish watching this.
Clear to him
This is about
from
the
her
release
testimony
of
and from
Rumezia
also
Ozturk.
letters that he's received about her, that she is someone who is really committed to
Micah, thank you for the 22 months. Chaotic good empanada. Thank you for the tier 1. Oh, that guy. I recently saw a post where he said that Hassan fans are literally the most pathetic people on the planet. And it's like, okay. I think I do think that it's a good thing to understand that no person is infallible, that if you stan Hassan or another content creator and you view them as a perfect human being incapable of receiving any criticism because they are not deserving of any criticism, that's not healthy. That's parasocial. That's stan territory. Don't treat it like that. And don't treat politics like blood sport. However, to say that Hassan fans are literally the most pathetic people, I don't know about that. I'm going to say I can name a shit ton of other groups of people who I think are deserving of the title of literally the most pathetic people who exist. Namely people who support genocide. Like, I would start there. Don't tap the glass. He and his followers are insane. I mean, that's what I'm going to say on that. Nah, but some of y'all are annoying as hell. I mean, look, I feel like the take that I gave where I said, don't treat anybody, even if it's your favorite political content creator, as an infallible human being, as someone who has every opinion is perfect, that you should not hold them responsible for being better. I don't agree with that unless it's me. I'm the one exception to that. But I have also given my thoughts on how I think some people are missing the forest for the trees. They are losing sight of what is the most important thing, that they are spending too much of their time and energy on things that I do not think deserve all of their time and energy. I have said this repeatedly, but I also think treating the parasocial Hassan stans as the worst group out there is crazy. And you know what? Yeah, you know who calls him out more than anyone else? Hassan Piker. Using stan culture in real world politics, I am not down with that. Yeah, I don't know. To me again, it is this issue with leftist infighting, where when it comes to Palestine, are we really in a place where we should be spending all of our we're honestly, where we should be spending energy and time fighting amongst ourselves, where it's like, oh, okay, so we disagree on these things. We are in agreement on supporting the people of Palestine. We are in agreement in bringing an end to the genocide, to the system of apartheid, to ethnic cleansing, like these major things, that there are a lot of people still who are not against those things. And I just feel like until we have reached X, why are we going for Z? Why are we then trying to go after people who we are ultimately on the same side when there are still a lot of people and institutions and governments, etc., that are on the other side? This being uncharitable towards one another. When it's like, God damn, man, you really think that this is the best use of people's attention and to take away, like, that's what fucking pisses me off. Okay, it's like you're gonna take away from the most important thing here, which is critical support to the Palestinian people. Okay, these people are enduring genocide. They are starving. They are being bombed. They are having, in the West Bank, they are facing increased violence from settlers and from the state. Okay, and we lose sight of that. We lose sight of what's important here. Yeah, anyway, I just will never, I'll never be down with that. I'll never be down with spending more time criticizing people who we are ultimately on the same side of. When it's like, really, is this helping the people that we are clamoring to be supportive of?
Academics, that he doesn't see any threat, that he thinks that she's just going to continue her studies at Tufts, and if anything, she needs to have some freedom so that she can go present at academic conferences and continue to be part of that community.
Okay, Katrina Kaufman, thank you so much for getting us that breaking news. In fact, there's a press conference happening outside the courthouse right now, so let's listen in.
That the government has literally only one single piece of evidence for detaining Rumeysa. And that is the op-ed that she wrote in her student newspaper, expressing views that the government disagrees with or dislikes. And the court affirmed today the basic and fundamental First Amendment principle that we all hold dear, that is not something that you can lock people up for. So we're so excited and so happy for Rumeysa, and we're so happy that this court affirmed the basic principles that we've been fighting for all along and will continue to fight for.
Go ACLU!
6 weeks ago, ICE agents abducted Rumeysa from her community in retaliation for her speech defending Palestinian human rights. The court's decision today explicitly acknowledges that this type of retaliatory conduct chills the speech
My
of
logs have the release videos. Okay, we'll look at those
just
after. Thanks.
Rumeysa, but millions of non-citizens in this country, and it's explicitly in violation of the Constitution. We are appreciative of the court granting Ms. Ozturk Rumeysa release today, and we are moved by the court's reflection, very thoughtful reflection of all of the evidence that was been put forward by Ms. Ozturk and the complete lack of evidence being put forth by the government. And the court's conclusion that Ms. Ozturk is absolutely not a danger to her community, not a flight risk, but an asset to her community. Someone who's dedicated her life to her academic pursuits, to her completion of her PhD in the service of children I think is a reflection of why the government's conduct in this case was just so objectionable. I'm going to let my colleagues speak, and I'm going to also read a statement from Ms. Ozturk's other attorney, who's with her currently at the Louisiana detention facility, and I'll read that statement shortly.
Being detained for 6 weeks for writing an op-ed in your school newspaper is a constitutional horror story. And as the court said today, her detention cannot.
Like, I cannot get over, and as I said, nothing is surprising nor shocking these days, but she wrote an op-ed in her school newspaper, and she was ripped off the streets, and she was taken to an ICE facility in Louisiana. Yeah, and her crime was being critical of Israel in an op-ed that she wrote. And that is something that is completely legal. Completely legal. You do not have to be a citizen of the United States.
Stand. Today, the court decided that there is absolutely no evidence.
I wonder if someone reported her from the school. Absolutely. That has been going on. It is students, administrators, teachers. They are informing. They're informants. They're bringing attention to Homeland and to the Trump administration. So when are those agents being arrested for kidnapping because they're never in uniform? They never identify themselves. Yeah. Yeah. I wish you could, like... I feel like if you're an ICE agent, it should be legally allowed that you get to... at least one person gets to punch you in the face.
Whatsoever of her dangerousness, and instead found repeated evidence of her peaceful nature. We are so glad that Rumesa can continue to her studies, that she can return to her community that misses her so desperately. And I think we all heard directly from Rumesa today that in a way that her light just shines through. She's clearly such a caring, compassionate person. And today we made good on the First Amendment promise of free speech, and Rumia's going home.
Yeah. I was literally talking with my SDU supervisor about this earlier, about how fucked the targeting of students especially when academic spaces are about thinking critically and not everyone agreeing. Academic freedom, schools selling out their students is fucked. Yeah. What happened to academic freedom? I thought that was the whole point here. And you are handing over students to ICE. Like, it's not even just, oh no, we didn't know they were here. Oh, we couldn't stop them. No, we know that schools like Columbia are working directly with the Trump administration. Snitches need to start getting stitches again.
We want to go back now to Katrina Kaufman. Katrina, can you just give us a quick reminder of exactly where this case stands right now?
So Rumesa Ozturk is going to be released on bail. She also was previously ordered to be sent back to Vermont, and that's supposed to happen by May 14th. At the end of this hearing, the judge asked the government lawyer to let him know when she is released from the detention center and to keep him updated on the situation. Another thing that he pointed out is that he does have this ability to have an independent review of her case because she previously had been denied bond by an immigration judge. That court is part of the executive branch. But while he didn't see any reason to put conditions on Rumesa Ozturk's release, he acknowledged that ICE may want to do so. So he said the government can submit proposed recommendations and that he may amend her release.
All right, Katrina Kaufman, thank you so much for your reporting and bringing us that breaking news.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember too that this was happening in the wake of 9/11, And if you were too young or you haven't read up on what was going on in this country post 9/11, then you may not know that this is not the first time that that green card holders, visa holders, Palestinians, people from Arab countries, people who are critical of the government have been disappeared, have faced deportation. And it's crazy too, because this really is a repeat. It just, I would say the awareness has changed, and the extent of, I guess, how public a lot of these deportations are. That is different. And it's wild because we seem to reach this understanding that the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan, in Iraq, this supposed war on terror, which was bullshit, and it was just a cover, that we reached a public consensus that this was bad. It was bad. And the surveillance of mosques, the targeting of people in this country who were targeted for speech, that it was bad. And I guess some people have the memories of a slug, or they think it's different this time. It's like, we're going to go through this again. I thought we came to an understanding that the government loves to lie about what we're doing overseas, and that we love to target people in this country who are bringing attention to it. And we love to slap the label of terrorist and, create this environment of fear around brown people. Clueless. This time is different. Okay, this is the moment Rumeysa was released. Oh my God.
I am a little bit tired, so I will take some rest, but I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for all the support and love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Safe travels home.
Wow, what a threat. What a threatening figure. Man, I'm so glad that she was detained, faced numerous asthma attacks, did not receive the special care that she required, was not allowed to engage in worship, had her headscarf removed, had her hijab removed. Yeah, did you see that person? Very threatening individual.
There she is. There she is. Ya está saliendo.
This is just a different POV. Have you noticed all these threatening people have been the kindest, gentlest, most gracious people? Right? It's like they make me feel...
Rumeysa, you're finally free. How do you feel? Please tell us.
Ashamed.
Thank you so much for being here, especially women folks. Like, I really appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for all the support and love.
Like Mohsen, Mahmoud, Rumeysa, these are some of the kindest people. So kind, so gentle. Yeah, I feel like an asshole.
I'm a bit tired, so I will take some rest, but I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for all the support and love. We love you! I love you, babe. Thank you.
It's fucking beyond shameful. It's embarrassing and barbaric. Yeah, it is indeed. Oh, wait, you know what I wanted to watch? I wanted to watch There was something that I thought of. Okay, wait. Actually, maybe I have this video. I think it's Pop Culture Detective, essentially talking about actually, let me just see if it's in my oh yeah, why Guardians of the no, that's not it. Maybe it was up here. Pop Culture Detective. Okay, too many videos. But it's a video that I think is about why a lot of fascists in this country love Marvel. And I wanted to watch this video when I saw the video footage of when Mahmoud was arrested and one of the ICE agents had an Avengers shirt on. It's not saying that if you like Marvel, if you like the Avengers, then you are a fascist, but it's a video. Yes, the politics of the superheroes, defenders of the status quo. Okay. I haven't watched the video yet. I was going to watch it on stream. But it's why also after 9/11 superhero movies exploded, because pop culture reflects the times, and also the times are reflected in pop culture. And so after 9/11 was a huge there was a huge surge in superhero movies, propaganda, military propaganda. Yes. Weird that they gravitate to the movies, though, considering they're against fascist cops often. But, and this is I want to table this conversation because I want to talk about something else. We'll do this another day. But there's something to be said about the politics of superheroes and how it is the good guys who are like the Captain Americas, okay? The defenders of the status quo are always the heroes in the end. Okay, so anyway, the thing I want to talk about right now is the video that Maya posted, my conservation queen. Another Maya another Maya exhausted in the car video.
They're talking about selling off federally owned public lands.
Seeds, thank you for the 21 months.
On Tuesday night, the House Natural Resources Committee approved an amendment that authorizes the sale of thousands of acres of federal public land in Nevada and Utah. We are talking national parks, we're talking forests, we are talking federally owned public lands. National treasures, critical habitat for the wildlife that inhabits them, wildlife that already has enough going on right now, frankly, and also the backbone of the outdoor recreation economy, a $1 trillion industry. It's not insignificant. Large-scale sell-off of public lands would be devastating and, frankly, really, really scary. There's a link in my bio to contact your senators and representatives and tell them that it is their job to protect public lands and tell them what you think about it. It's really quick. I would really appreciate it if you guys check that out. Thank you so much for watching. We got a lot of work to do.
We got a lot of work to do. We got work to do. So this is the link that she posted to defend public lands. Let's talk about what is going on. This administration is forcing Maya to become a political streamer. I know. Maya is...
Trump is trying to destroy our once protected public lands and even...
Maya is the newest political streamer. Welcome to the fold. Welcome to the team.
His own voters don't support it. His effort to put profits first could impact the millions of us who visit our national parks and ruin entire forest ecosystems and natural public spaces. He signed an executive order directing federal agencies to find ways to bypass endangered species protections and other environmental regulations so they can bulldoze through 280 million acres of our national forests and other public lands for timber production. Conservation groups warn it would increase fire risk, pollute rivers, drive species to extinction, and destroy recreation sites. The Trump admin also laid off 1,000 national park employees like rangers, scientists, and other staff as a part of budget cuts. 700 others took Musk's buyout offer and resigned. As a result, millions of park goers could face closures, long lines, and dirtier parklands. They've also made plans to cancel leases for 34 National Park Service buildings, like visitor centers, law enforcement offices, and museums containing millions of artifacts. These actions follow the National Park Service's highest visitation year in history, with more than 331 million visits in 2024. But Trump officials wanted to keep that number quiet as they continue to make cuts to the most popular government agency. An overwhelming majority of voters support increasing or keeping funding the same for national parks and forest services. Even among MAGA Republicans, 69% are against reducing funding and oversight. But Trump doesn't care about that. He cares about funding huge tax cuts for the rich and corporations through budget cuts to government services. And he cares about the logging industry's bottom line more than protecting our land and ecosystems. I thought conservatives cared about protecting our public lands. Now's your time to prove you still do by spreading this information, calling your elected officials to oppose these actions, and supporting orgs that are fighting Trump's assault on land that belongs to all of us.
Yeah, okay. And then another aspect of this that I want to talk about, I think, let's see. Okay, let's talk about the recent executive order. Trump's recent executive order that is specifically towards increasing mining. So the reason that they want to, a big reason they want to go into these public lands, sell them off, essentially give access to private companies, is because of how mineral rich these lands are. So this executive order of his to mine everywhere calls for a list of national public lands with potential mineral deposits and the prioritization of mining on those lands. And this is a move that would cut off access to some of America's most iconic places. And the thing to understand about mining is that unlike extracting gas and oil reserves, with mining, companies do not have to pay any royalties to the taxpayers. These minerals on public lands are publicly owned. And yet, because private companies do not have to pay anything to the taxpayers, they are able to extract these minerals for profit for free. So it's like bad enough that they're going in and extracting from the land, and then they are legally allowed to dump that waste. They're doing so for free. And something to know about mining companies is that the biggest mining corporations are foreign companies. So this is an executive order that will largely benefit foreign-owned companies and investors. So last month on April 4th, this was hidden at the bottom of a U.S. Forest Service press release. This is why journalism is important, because they try and sneak this shit through. The Trump administration removed protections of 2 landscapes previously safeguarded from mineral development, claiming that doing so would help boost production of critical minerals. Another thing that they have done is they have really broadened the definition of what a mineral is. And this is in order to bypass the existing criteria to define minerals so that they can go in and extract pretty much anything that they want to. So by broadening the definition, by bypassing the existing criteria for what would fall under the would be defined as a mineral, They are making they make it easier to extract, and they make it so that they can extract more resources. This move came just weeks after Trump's March 20th executive order calling for a rapid increase in mineral production on national public lands. The canceled mineral withdrawals in the Pecos River watershed in New Mexico and the Ruby Mountains in Nevada had been protected by the Biden administration due to their important recreational, wildlife, and cultural values. Neither of these places should be open for development, nor are they in any way critical for meeting U.S. mineral needs. Instead, the move signals that the Trump administration intends to point to its mining order as an excuse to sell off and sell out U.S. public lands. The executive order, which aims to identify public lands with mineral deposits, and again, by broadening that definition, that means that they can sell off as much as they want. It allows or takes steps towards allowing mining nearly everywhere, including currently protected lands such as national monuments and mineral withdrawals. It puts a target on all national public lands, especially those with existing mining claims, industry interest, or presumed mineral resources. Deanie, thank you so much for the gifted sub. What is a treasure train? Chuck Splat, thank you for the 26 months. Deanie, thank you for the bits as well. What is a treasure train? A treasure train means participants save 35% on 5 or more gift subs at level 5. Okay, is that new? Ooh, treasure. Ooh, a treasure train. Also, from the Canadian perspective, where Indigenous lands have been fucked in places like Quebec for things like hydroelectricity, once you ruin an ecosystem, you can never build it back up. Yeah, this is not something where the damage in what will occur with this moving forward is not going to be reversible. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for contributing to the treasure train. Nat the End, thank you for the 23 months. I wonder how all the MAGA people who love dirt biking and shooting guns on those public lands in Nevada feel about this. Well, that's the thing, right? Is that a lot of these public lands are in red areas. And so it is true that even people in his base are not down with this. They are not cool with selling off public lands that they use every day. That's like very special and important to them. Are they just banking on not being alive for the consequences so they don't give a fuck? No, they're banking on that these consequences don't affect their lives. It doesn't affect them. I mean, I'd love if they just weren't alive for anyway, this excuse me. Sometimes called Nevada's Swiss Alps, the Ruby Mountains in Elko County are the ancestral homelands of the Timucua tribe of the Western Shoshone Indians of Nevada. The Ruby Lake National Wildlife Refuge also includes a wetland oasis. Mabel Takes, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate ya. Also includes a wetland oasis for migratory waterfowl in the Pacific Flyway and fisheries that include trout and largemouth bass, attracting hunters, anglers, birdwatchers, and other recreational tourists. Right, and as Maya said in her video, the recreational industry is huge. Like this will greatly damage that. There are a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump who don't support this, but they might not be aware of it, and that is why education is so important. Kid Chrono, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Robert Stack Unsolved, thank you for the 10 gifted subs and the 16 months. All right, we reached the level 5 of the treasure train. Discount unlocked. 35% saved on 5 or more gift subs. Now at the end, thank you for the 23 months. Yeah, hear that, MAGA? The base pro is going to go bankrupt because there will be nowhere to camp and fish anymore. Exactly. Where are my... Oh, I was like, where am I freaking... Oh my God, you know what I just realized? You guys. I just realized my alerts... Hold on 1 second. Sorry. And then we will get back to this important thing. I realized something. Give me 1 second. Breely, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Flunky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, my alert box. Okay. We are not... How do I take this off of... How do I enable this? Enabled. Okay. Save changes. Manage. Yeah, I got to enable all this again. Because I think they turned these off when I was doing the progressive show. All right. Okay. Enable all of that. That should be fixed now. Let me refresh. There we go. How did I not even realize that till now? Pancake Sauce, thank you for the bits. Sky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We're so back. Okay. My oopsie poopsie. Could turn TT. Well, you know what it is I have had my donations off forever because couple reasons, but that was like what the TTS was on, but it was never working. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm having Matt Stupid Art make me more emotes for subscribers. And it was funny because Streamlabs actually reached out to me and they're like, we noticed that your alerts are off. Why is that? Why is that? I'm like, because I couldn't figure shit out. All right. I was having problems. I was having issues and I couldn't figure it out. Houseophobia, thank you for the gifted sub. Talia, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thanks, y'all. Carlos, thank you for the bits. You know what I should do? I should just ask Maya to come on stream and talk about this. You know, we'll have Pope Crave on. We'll have Maya on. Yeah, I should text her and just be like, hey, let's have you on. You are the conservation queen. I always love to have people on who are this is their thing, right? They are experts in this. This is their thing. An Alveus visit soon? Yeah, I have not been to Austin in quite some time. You know, I used to do collabs down there. And then some things changed. But I would love to go down because there are still people that I love down there. And Maya is one of them. And I would love to visit Alveus because last time I went, they did not have the wolf enclosure. There's a lot of things that have been added since I've been down there. The weather is nice for now. Well, the weather's really nice in Los Angeles as well. She just redid the studio. You must go. Yeah, I really want Will to come because he's never been there. Toxic Marina, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, he's never been. He's never been to Alveus. I know. I was just in Texas. Didn't we just watch a doc? We did. It was More Perfect Union. And it was about how SpaceX ruined the ecosystem in a small town / beach. That's basically what will result in this order, but from everywhere. Yes. This truly will be disastrous. I know we say that a lot about a lot of things. We're like, hey guys, gotta be aware of this. We gotta get involved because this is bad. This is very bad. Yeah, Will hates animals. He does. Will hates conservation. He hates animals. Okay, so back to this mining order. What is this going to do? Who is this going to benefit? Well, as I said, this exclusively almost benefits foreign-owning mining corporations and investors, which I thought Donald Trump was all about, like, making America great again. I thought we were going to bring jobs back. I thought we were going to make things better for people in America, for American companies. And yet this order almost exclusively benefits foreign-owned mining corporations and investors because those are the ones that dominate the market. He is stripping America for parts like he would do any other business. Yes. And important to know, the mining law of 1872 has never been updated. So as a result, there are few to no safeguards to protect natural resources, drinking water, and nearby communities from mining, one of the most toxic, polluting industries. So what will happen is if these public lands are made available for these private multinational conglomerates to come in and rip things up and dump their waste everywhere, this will destroy the water. This will destroy the local communities. This will hurt the wildlife. This will hurt the people who live there. What is this? Your mods want me to tell you you need to connect your Twitch channel to the Discord. Is that not that hasn't happened? Connect my mod channel to the Discord. No, connect my Twitch channel to the Discord. Okay. All right, I'm sure you guys have already put this in the mod chat. I will pop in after the stream to ask how to, there's a Google Doc. You sent instructions. Okay. Gotcha. Apologies. Apologies. Yeah, I am consistent in not doing basic things. All right. Hard rock minerals are the one resource that private companies can extract without paying any royalties to taxpayers. Other industries such as oil and gas have to pay royalty fees on the oil and gas that they extract from national public lands. But mining companies extract publicly owned minerals for private profit for free. So this Mine Everywhere executive order targets some of the country's most sensitive, valuable, and irreplaceable lands. Putting mining priorities above any other use of public lands threatens some of America's most treasured assets. The Trump administration's intentions to expand mining across public lands are out of touch with America's priorities and will sell out national landscapes to advance corporate and billionaire interests. So the first two targets were the Ruby Mountains and the Pecos River watershed. These are protected through mineral withdrawals. That is a tool that limits mining activity in a specific area of public lands to maintain other values in the area, such as those of scientific, scenic, historical, ecological, environmental, air, water, or archaeological resources. While unprotected under the guise of critical minerals, the Ruby Mountains mineral withdrawal was canceled to allow for oil and gas development, despite Trump's 2019 Forest Service determination that the area has low to no potential for oil and gas and generally has low energy resource value. That is very depressing that they are still trying to extract everything that they can from these lands, from these really sacred areas, even when they are not areas that are rich in oil and gas. Another mineral withdrawal that the Trump administration may target is that of the Boundary Waters in Minnesota. Okay, I know a lot of MAGA people go to the Boundary Waters, which could be a near-term target for sulfide ore mining, as outlined in Project 2025, the far-right authoritarian playbook for an incoming conservative administration. Boundary Waters is the largest wilderness area east of the Rocky Mountains and north of the Everglades, as well as America's most visited wilderness area. The watershed was protected by Joe Biden on January 6, 2023, after extensive public input. Studies estimate that if mining were to take place in the region, the loss in visitor spending caused by industrial and related development and pollution could amount to $288 million a year and lead to the overall loss of 4,490 local jobs. Hell yeah, we're making America great again. We're bringing jobs back. This is for the people. The Trump administration is also likely to target national monuments with this order during his first term. Oh, yes, that's the thing, too. This is not something that Trump has set his sights on in Trump 2.0. This goes back to his first term. When he first came into office, he set his sights on the sale of public lands, on the destruction of national monuments. So he directed the review of 27 monuments, which led to the downsizing of 2 sites in Utah, Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante. Project 2025 called these rollbacks insufficient and suggested that a future administration expand on them. They've already removed protections from 1 marine national monument, and Interior Secretary Burgum is actively reviewing the boundaries of additional national monuments. Several have potential targets on their backs due to mining claims or previous industry conflict in their protections. So, for instance, I am going to butcher this. The Baj Nuovo Itacuveni, the ancestral footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument, has a long history of conflict, as decades of uranium mining have contributed to kidney failure and cancer among Navajo communities. Mining at this monument poses a significant risk of water contamination to a region whose waters support 40 million people and that has been increasingly susceptible to drought. Man, we just can't stop fucking over. We cannot stop fucking over Indigenous communities. Native Americans will never catch a break. It also hosts one of the most iconic outdoor recreation communities in the country. 2 out of 3 Arizonans across the political spectrum support a permanent ban on new uranium mining across the Grand Canyon. When Bears Ears and the Grand Staircase Escalante were just drastically downsized during the first Trump administration, emails exposed that mining and drilling were driving factors behind the decision to gut the monuments. While they were unprotected, numerous mining claims were staked and more than 100,000 acres of Bears Ears were leased for oil and gas drilling, drill baby drill, although the majority of those leases were later canceled. And again, they're not canceled because the Trump administration has a change of heart where they're like, you know what? We shouldn't drill baby drill here. They're canceled because the public becomes aware of what is intended and they get involved and they protest and they support. Like, this is why local elections are important, okay? Local elections are important because that is your opportunity to either support, which you shouldn't, or importantly, not support these mining claims. A Canadian mining company wants to build a copper mine directly next to Lake Superior, which will result in toxic runoff into the largest reservoir of fresh water on the planet. Gotta protect the porkies. Can I go to here to this monument? Yes. Mining and drilling in these sites would impede access, risk public health, irreparably damage cultural sites and ecosystems, and harm local economies. Yeah, those are all really bad things. In the Arctic, sensitive public lands, including the Brooks Range, would likely also be under threat. Last year, President Biden rejected the proposed Ambler Access Project, which threatened to develop a 211-mile private road through the Brooks Range and the gates of the Arctic National Park and Preserve. The minerals reported at the proposed Ambler mining district are either not critical or speculative in existence. Yet upon his inauguration, Trump named Ambler Road among projects to, quote, unleash Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. And on March 20th, he eliminated land protections in a move that would enable the proposed road to move forward. Oh, God. While this mine everywhere order could be used to justify selling out some of the higher profile protected lands discussed above, the order also puts hundreds of millions of additional acres of Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service lands at risk, including lands currently managed to conserve sensitive wildlife habitat, cultural and historic sites, drinking water resources, and public recreation opportunities. Already, there are authorized mining operations on about 1.3 million acres of public lands, and the Trump administration recently began rushing the environmental reviews for mining projects on public lands in 5 states. This order attempts to make mining the primary purpose almost anywhere else industry may want to control, regardless of the land's public values and the input of local communities, tribes, and other public land users. That's why it's important to understand this mining order, to understand like why they are using this as an excuse to go into these public lands and rip them apart for profit. Okay, so again, here is the thing to sign. It is defend public lands. National parks, forests, wildlife refuges, and other public lands in the United States are national treasures and the backbone of conservation and the outdoor recreation economy. Any large-scale sell-off of these critical landscapes would be devastating and impact future generations. Send your message to Congress now and tell your elected leaders that you oppose selling off federally owned public conservation lands for non-conservation uses. Speak up to keep these public lands in public hands. So this is the message that will be delivered. I urge you to oppose any proposals for large-scale sell-off of public lands that are critical to conservation. Also, don't just be paying attention on a national level. See what is happening locally. If you live in these areas that are being targeted, you need to know what is happening with your local government. Are they doing everything possible to oppose this? What is on the ballot? Make sure that you know and make sure that you are participating in your local elections. These large natural landscapes are fundamental to Americans' health and well-being and help keep our air and water clean. They are also critical drivers of local economies and the $1 trillion national outdoor recreation industry. Recent data shows that 79% of people agree that one of the things our government does best is to protect and preserve our national history and national beauty through natural beauty through national parks, forests, and other public lands. I'm constantly going back and forth about whether or not it's worth it to call my MAGA rep. You should, because this is something that people oppose across the political spectrum, including people who are MAGA. You should pretend you're MAGA. Honestly, if you have a MAGA rep, pretend that you're MAGA. Be like, look, I love making America great again. Hell yeah, brother. I'm all about it. However, I do not support selling off these public lands. And as a MAGA person, my opinion matters more because you are also MAGA. We are all MAGA. And as MAGA, we want to keep these public lands in public hands. Brother, let me talk to you about conservation. I didn't vote to deport people off my land so you could mine it. Listen, brother, I love to hunt and fish, and I always wear my MAGA hat when I do so. We are all MAGA Higa. However, I will not be able to hunt and fish and use the lands that are public that make America great again if those lands are sold off. My name is MAGA Higa, and I support this message. MAGA Higa is crazy. MAGA Higa is crazy. Listen, brother, I did not get the jab because I know that breathing the fresh air outside will keep me safe from all diseases. I am against the jab unless the jab is the natural air that I breathe every day. And so I need you to protect that air that I breathe. I'm so serious about this though. I'm not even memeing. If you have a MAGA rep, if you live in a red area, pretend you're MAGA. Do your best MAGA cosplay. And tell your elected leaders that you oppose selling off federally owned public conservation lands for non-conservation uses. We are MAGA Higa. That is... We are MAGA Higa. We are Carol Lynn. We are Hank Pecker. She's gonna get you for this. You know what? If this spurs people to action, then she'll embrace. She'll embrace. Ahem. Yeah, I mean, look, when there is something that people support across the political aisle, it's easiest to organize, okay? So like the majority of people who support access to abortion, the majority of people who support the, conserving of public lands. These are, especially this issue, it's pretty nonpartisan. Yeah. Goes to one country music award show. And this is what happens. Unironically, send that video to your outdoorsy conservatives. Like Will's family, they're very conservative. They love Montana. They love the land. They spend a lot of time out there. This is the type of thing that I know will get them going. If I'm like, hey, this is something that I know we agree on. This is bad. And also hit them with the foreign companies. Sorry, I know I'm doing like the I'm doing the like how to talk to MAGA playbook, but this is something that you should stress. You should be like, you know how we want to make America great again? You know how we want to increase jobs? We want to bring industry back here? Enough with the companies, the foreign companies profiting from from our country. Well, guess what? In the area of mining, the largest corporations, the ones that control the market, are foreign. They're foreign owned. They're foreign owned. And so they're going to come in, extract from these lands, not have to pay any royalties. They are going to get profit, private profit, for free. The conservationist in me about to become so strong, I start splitting into two. That was the American Country Music Awards. Yes. Put the name on it. You know? The median voter is crazy. What do you mean you're super conservative yet very nature-centered? Yeah, I mean, that's why I say when there's an issue like this, which really is nonpartisan, is one that should be easy to galvanize people, especially in red states, in red areas, like in like in Montana, like in Nevada, like in Arizona. In these areas that are rich in public lands, in wildlife, that the recreational industry takes in millions a year, they need to get activated. So we start here. And then we move towards opposing deporting people in the way that the Trump administration is. I mean, this was like when I talk to conservatives on the issue of Palestine, I'm like, you know how you're mad how much money the US has given to Ukraine? You know how you're so mad about all the money that the United States spends on foreign wars? You know who we spend a lot of money on? Israel. Doesn't that piss you off? Doesn't that make you mad that we're giving so much to a foreign state? Doesn't it make you mad that this foreign state has a lot of influence in our elections? Doesn't it make you mad that a lot of these politicians are bought and paid for by a foreign state, both liberal and conservative? Sleeper Eco MAGA activated. You always got to get them with the Israel and weapons manufacturers. Yes. And it's like, you know how we don't want foreign influence in our elections? Because these are American elections. It is the people in this country, whether they are here, whether they are documented or undocumented, people in this country who should be making the decisions about who is elected to lead this country. Caroline Kwan, when she's talking about how to talk to
big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You haven't seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, Coach. Whatever you say, Coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big...
Is this the score from Oppenheimer?
Man, I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You haven't seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you.
God, that score
but
ripped.
I tell you, anybody
that
tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, Coach. Whatever you say, Coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, boss? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo!
This is Hans. No. It's Ludwig Göransson. Ludwig Göransson. Advanced Cow, thank you for the 14 months. Also, thank you to everybody who had contributed to the treasure train. Can you hear the music? Can you? Okay, well, all jokes aside, we need to jump into action here. I'm gonna ask Maya if she wants to come on the stream to talk about it, what we should do here, which is obviously going to include raising awareness, spurring people to act across the political spectrum. This is not a divisive issue. This is not one that splits along political lines. We are Magahiga. Alrighty. I'm gonna peace out because I am going to go to my friend's birthday party. So, also, we're not doing Subnautica until probably not until next week because Sam won't be live this weekend. Yeah, I was hoping to do it tomorrow, but her boyfriend is visiting. Gross. Ew. Boyfriend visit. Grody. Icky. Boyfriend haver. Ugh. Men ruin everything. They do. They ruin everything. So she's taken off the weekend. Ugh, for a boyfriend? Who wants a boyfriend? Not me. So gaming will be back tomorrow. I just got to figure out what it's going to be, because it's not going to be Subnautica. Yeah, I have a roommate who's a man. I have a man roommate who I heard him on the phone with Austin in the living room, and he was just like ripping ass. And I didn't hear Austin responding, so I'm like, would he mute? Was Will muting every time he'd rip ass, or did Austin just not care? Because I was over here being like, what is wrong with you? Men. Okay, let me see who I am. Is anyone doing anything extra special? Anyone doing anything? Or anyone who I haven't rated in a minute? Who have I not rated in? Cutie and Emily are at Disney. Yeah, they have 12,000 viewers. They have 12,000 viewers. You guys know I like to throw love to when I can to smaller streamers. They don't need the views. Let me see. Don't forget about connecting Twitch to Discord. Yes. How about oh. Yeah, I'll send you guys to Law's Dog. who was a homie to me when I played like 2 days of Rust. She is very nice. She's very kind. A very nice person. I will send you over there. And tomorrow I'll be back. I'll be live. Maybe I'll do some band requests tomorrow, because I truly always forget about those, and I think there are people who have been banned for like 2 years now. Maybe we do some unban requests. I know I always call them ban requests. Maybe we do some unban requests. We'll see. Depends on what state of mind I'm in. I know that usually the ban requests are like, hey, you terrorist bitch, I don't even want to be unbanned. So anyway, come back tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what we get up to. Thanks for joining. Thanks for hanging with me. I will see you guys next time. Goodbye.